They say some rules are best left unbroken. Here at Night Creepypasta Rules, we explore what happens when they are. Welcome to your weekly fix of the finest, most unnerving creepypasta rules horror. This isn't just a video, it's a dare. And tonight's collection culminates in a twist so insidious you'll be replaying it in your mind long after the screen goes dark. Trust me, you need to see this one through to its chilling conclusion. What rules do you think are unbreakable? Let the shadows know in the comments. And if you're drawn to the darkness, if you seek thrills that linger, then subscribe. There's something wrong with the Palmetto Galleria. Not wrong like broken pipes or flickering lights. Wrong like the building knows you're in it. Like the mannequins watch you walk past. Like the shadows shift when you're not looking. I was hired for the night shift. No gun, no flashlight. Just a clipboard, a uniform, and 3 strange rules. Rules that aren't just policy. They're survival instructions. Break them, and things happen. Things you can't unsee. Things that don't want to be seen. And yeah, I broke them. So before we start, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules. Leave a comment. What would you do if a mall fountain started running red? And whatever you do, watch this to the end. There's a twist. A bad one. And it doesn't stay inside the mall. There's a specific kind of silence in a shopping mall after midnight, vast and hollow, where the cheerful muzak ghosts away, and you can almost hear the building breathe around you. It's less an absence of sound and more a presence of emptiness, amplifying every scuff of your regulation shoes on the polished tile. Every distant hum from a drink machine. My first night shift at the Palmetto Galleria felt like stepping onto the deserted stage of a forgotten play. Under the relentless, buzzing glare of the fluorescent lights, the familiar storefronts looked alien, theatrical. Mannequins posed in frozen aspiration, their plastic smiles unnerving in the dead quiet, their eyes seeming to follow you as you passed. The air tasted stale, a blend of floor wax, decaying food court grease from hours ago, and the faint, sweet perfume leaching from a closed cosmetics counter. Honestly, I took the job because rent was due and my savings account was basically a flat line. Leo Maxwell, night shift security guard. It wasn't exactly the career path I'd envisioned when I was younger, but it paid, and supposedly required little more than staying awake and walking in circles. Keep your head down, collect the check. That was the plan. Serafina Bellwether, my trainer and shift supervisor, seemed to embody that ethos, albeit with a tightly coiled intensity that felt like more than just professional diligence. She was probably in her 40s, lean, moved with an efficient lack of wasted motion, her uniform sharp, her eyes missing nothing. "All right, Maxwell," she said, her voice crisp, businesslike, as she led me into the cramped security office tucked away behind a service corridor. The air here was thick with the smell of stale coffee. Rule 1 is stick to the patrol routes exactly. No detours. Rule 2 is log everything, even if it seems like nothing. Rule 3. She tapped a stained laminated card tacked to a corkboard already overflowing with faded memos. 3 typed lines stood out starkly. Parking garage lights, Morse code, do not decode. Child apparition, vanishing, do not chase. Fountain Vlab blood manifestation. Do not report. I stared at it, a small laugh escaping before I could stop it. Is this serious? Like hazing for the new guy? Sarah's gaze snapped to mine, cold and hard. There was no amusement there. None at all. This isn't a joke, Maxwell. This is the job. You don't need to understand why. You just need to do exactly what it says. Her voice was flat, leaving absolutely no room for argument. You see any of that? You log it minimally. Electrical anomaly, Sector G. Visual disturbance, Sector C. Fountain malfunction, Atrium. And you keep walking. Clear, I managed, the laugh dying in my throat. The intensity radiating from her was unsettling. Maybe it wasn't hazing. Maybe the graveyard shift here just attracted eccentricity. Or maybe years of patrolling this echoing mausoleum did something to people. She nodded curtly. Good, let's walk the first sector. We set off, our footsteps echoing unnaturally loud in the vast empty space. She pointed out emergency exits, fire extinguisher locations, security checkpoints, her voice a low monotone. We passed the darkened food court. The air still thick, with the phantom smells of pizza and fried onions. As we neared the entrance to the shuttered children's play area, a sad collection of faded plastic slides and climbing frames visible behind a metal grate. I heard it, faint, almost subliminal, but distinct. The sound of a child's giggle, quickly stifled. I stopped, head tilted. Did you hear that? Sarah didn't break stride. Hear what? She asked sharply, not looking back. Sounded like a kid laughing. Acoustics in here are weird, she snapped, her voice cutting, dismissive. Pipe settling, air conditioning ducts. Focus, Maxwell. Stick to the procedures. The denial was too fast, too forceful. She knew I'd heard something, and she didn't want to talk about it. We continued walking, deeper into the fluorescent twilight of the Palmetto Galleria. But the silence felt different now, heavier, and I had the distinct, chilling feeling that we weren't entirely alone. The vast, echoing emptiness of the parking garage levels always felt colder, damper than the rest of the mall. Concrete pillars marched into shadow, swallowing the harsh fluorescent light. My footsteps sounded unnervingly loud down here. Part of my designated route involved checking the service access door on level B2. As I approached it one night, the overhead lights directly above me began to flicker erratically. Not just a random flicker, but a distinct, rhythmic pulsing. Off, long on, short on, off. Then repeating. My blood ran cold. Morse code. The sudden, insane urge to pull out my phone, look up the alphabet, decipher the message was almost overwhelming. What was it saying? A warning, a plea, do not decode. Sarah's voice echoed in my head. I felt a prickle on my skin, a feeling of focused attention emanating from the blinking lights themselves. It felt like a test. Gritting my teeth, I forced myself to turn my back on the insistent pulsing, continuing my patrol towards the service door, my heart hammering against my ribs. When I mentioned the faulty wiring in the garage to Sarah later during our brief shift overlap by the time clock, she barely glanced up from her paperwork. Ignore it, Maxwell. Electrical grid in this place is ancient. Stick to your route. But her eyes, when they did flick up to meet mine for a second, were sharp, assessing. Did she know? Later that shift, I saw Jasmine Carr, Jazz she preferred, wrestling a heavy cleaning cart near the garage elevators. She looked pale, kept casting nervous glances towards the garage entrance. Hey Jazz, you ever notice the lights acting weird down there? I asked casually. She jumped, startled. That place, she whispered, pulling her cart closer defensively. Gives me the creeps. Bad air. Bad feeling. I clean the entrance lobby, that's it. Never go down. Her genuine fear was more convincing than Sarah's dismissal. Near the end of another shift, I passed Mr. Pendleton locking up his small electronics repair shop. Late night, Mr. Pendleton? He peered at me over his glasses, tools still in hand. Always Mr. Maxwell, always chasing ghosts in the machine. He gestured vaguely. Interference gets worse every year. Strange signals on the scope sometimes. Makes the equipment act up. This whole building, it hums with things it shouldn't. Sarah's presence felt constant, even when she wasn't physically nearby. She'd query my patrol timings, ask seemingly innocuous questions about specific areas. See anything unusual near the old department store wing, Maxwell? Hear anything out of place by the rear loading docks? It felt less like supervision, more like surveillance. Was she checking up on me or checking for something? One particularly quiet night, while swapping out the battery in my issued radio in the cramped security office, my fingers brushed against something taped underneath the shelf where the spare batteries were kept. A small, folded piece of paper. Heart pounding, I unfolded it. Scrawled in hurried, messy handwriting were just 3 words. Don't trust, Essa. The dead hours between 3 and 4 a.m. were always the worst. The silence deepened, the air grew heavy, and the vast emptiness of the Palmetto Galleria felt acutely, unnervingly personal. I was patrolling the long, deserted corridor connecting the food court to the anchor store wing. Linoleum stretching endlessly under the buzzing lights. Utter silence. Then, I heard it. Unmistakable. The rapid patter of small, bare feet on the tile, coming from further down the hall. My head snapped up. A flash of movement darted across the far end of the corridor, disappearing behind a bank of defunct elevators. Just a glimpse. Small figure, maybe wearing something pale, outdated looking. A child. Here, now, every instinct screamed at me to run, to investigate, to help. Who would leave a kid here? Do not chase. The rule slammed into my mind like a physical barrier. I froze, muscles locked, straining my ears. The footsteps had vanished completely. No echo, no fading patter, just absolute, impossible silence. Had I imagined it, or had I just ignored a lost, terrified child? A cold wave of guilt and confusion washed over me. Things got weirder after that, subtler. A mannequin in a closed clothing store window, its head slightly tilted, as if watching me pass, only to be facing straight ahead when I looped back minutes later. The faint, tinkling melody of a music box, seeming to drift from the overhead pass speakers for just a second before vanishing into static, cold spots that would bloom in the middle of a warm corridor, raising goosebumps, then dissipating as quickly as they appeared. The feeling of being watched intensified, not just by Sierra, but by the building itself. When I mentioned the cold spots to Jazz during one of her late shifts, she nodded slowly, not meeting my eyes. Yeah, she whispered, wiping down a glass display case with extra vigor. Sometimes I see little handprints on the glass right after I clean it. Like, right after. Where nobody's been. Driven by mounting unease, I started spending my downtime digging into the Palmetto Galleria's past. Old newspaper archives online, forgotten local blogs. Construction was plagued by delays, budget overruns, whispers of unstable ground. An unusual number of worker accidents, vaguely reported. Then I found it. A short article from about 15 years ago. Right around the time Sarah must have started working here according to the seniority roster. A young night guard, barely out of his teens, reported missing. Last seen clocking in for his shift at the Galleria. Never seen again. His car was found abandoned in the employee parking lot days later. The case went cold, swallowed by time and indifference. The main atrium of the Palmetto Galleria was its decaying heart. A vast 3-story space crowned with a grimy skylight that barely let in the moonlight. In the center sat a large multi-tiered fountain, ornate and gaudy in a way that screamed late 80s optimism, now perpetually dry and silent, usually. Tonight was different. As I rounded the corner on my patrol route leading into the atrium, a sound reached me, a wet, gurgling, splashing sound that didn't belong. My steps slowed. Turning the final corner, I froze, disbelief warring with horror. The fountain was running. Cascading down the faux marble tiers wasn't water. It was a thick, viscous, dark red liquid that glistened wetly under the atrium lights. The air was suddenly thick with the unmistakable coppery, metallic stench of blood, overpowering the usual smells of disinfectant and stale popcorn. It pooled in the basin, splashing, gurgling, obscenely alive in the dead heart of the mall. Do not report it. The third rule hammered at my sanity. This was wrong. Fundamentally, horrifically wrong. Every fiber of my being screamed to get on the radio. Call Sarah, call 911, call somebody. But the memory of the vanished guard, the intensity in Sarah's eyes, the impossible things I'd already seen. I swallowed hard against the rising bile, tasting the coppery scent on my tongue. My hands were shaking, forcing my legs to move. I deliberately turned my back on the grotesque spectacle, continuing my patrol route as if nothing was amiss, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The splashing sound seemed to follow me, mockingly loud in the echoing space. Ladder. When I forced myself to check the security camera feed for the atrium from the office monitor, the screen flickered, displaying static for the relevant time period before showing the fountain. Dry and inert as always. Maybe 10 minutes later, my radio crackled. Sarah's voice, calm and level. Maxwell status report, atrium sector. My throat felt tight. Sector clear. Bellwether, I managed, hoping my voice didn't betray the tremor I felt. All quiet. A pause. Good, she said. The word clipped. Keep it that way. It felt less like an instruction, more like a threat. I risked talking to Mr. Pendleton as he was packing up. Smell anything weird tonight, Mr. Pendleton? Near the atrium? Near the atrium? He adjusted his glasses, looking tired. This old place always smells weird, son, he sighed. Tonight, maybe a bit. Metallic, like bad wiring overheating, or old plumbing backing up. Hard to tell. Place has moods. He paused, lowering his voice. Heard Sarah talking about the fountain pump needing work again, though. Strange. Seemed fine yesterday. She's been here longer than anyone you know. Knows this building's guts better than the engineers. Ladder. Back in the relative safety of the security office, the memory of the blood fountain vivid and sickening. I remembered the hidden compartment under the floor tile I'd found earlier. The one with the old logbooks. There was another item tucked in the back. I hadn't examined closely. A small, cheap digital audio recorder, dented and scratched. Praying it still had power, I pressed the play button. Static hissed for several seconds. Then a young man's voice, panicked, breathless. It's not water. Oh God, it's not. Sierra, you see this, right? We have to report. The voice cut off abruptly, replaced by a sharp scuffling sound. Then another voice, cold, calm, instantly recognizable. Sierra Bellwether, Rule 3, kid. You report nothing. A muffled thump. Then silence. The recording ended. None there. Adiko. I saw her. I'm the... My blood ran cold. The damaged recorder feeling heavy as lead in my hand. Sierra's calm, chilling voice echoed in my ears. Rule 3, kid. You report nothing. Followed by that sickening thump. She wasn't just enforcing rules. She was disposing of problems. Of people like me. My breath hitched. I had to get out. Get this recording to someone, anyone. I shoved the recorder into my pocket and reached for the office door, trying to appear calm, casual. Too late. Sarah Bellwether stood framed in the doorway, blocking my exit, her face an unreadable mask. But her eyes held a cold reptilian stillness I hadn't seen before. Find something interesting, Maxwell? She asked, her voice dangerously soft. She glanced pointedly at the disturbed floor tile near my feet, where the logbooks and recorder had been hidden. My heart hammered against my ribs. Just checking the logs, I stammered, trying to edge past her. She didn't move. Instead, she calmly reached over and clicked the lock on the office door. The previous occupants of this office didn't understand, she said, her voice barely above a whisper, yet cutting through the sudden tense silence. They panicked. They asked too many questions. They tried to report things that shouldn't be reported. She took a slow step towards me. This mall. It has a rhythm, Maxwell. A balance. It doesn't like being disturbed. And I don't like it being disturbed. As she spoke, the lights in the small office flickered violently, casting her face in strobing, demonic shadows. A low moan seemed to emanate from the very walls around us, vibrating through the floor. The temperature dropped sharply, my breath misting in the air. What are you talking about? I backed away, bumping against the desk. What balance? The kind where things are kept quiet, she hissed, her composure finally cracking, revealing the raw, desperate fear beneath. Where the appearances are maintained. Years I've kept it stable. Years dealing with the glitches, making sure no one rocks the boat. The overhead light fixture suddenly exploded in a shower of sparks and glass, plunging the office into near darkness, lit only by the emergency exit sign's red glow. And then you come along, Sarah screamed, lunging towards me. No longer the calm supervisor, but something feral, cornered, seeing things, hearing things, finding things. I dodged her grasp, shoving the desk between us. The moan from the walls intensified, rising to a guttural shriek that seemed to echo from everywhere at once. On the small security monitor still flickering on the desk, I saw the camera feeds go haywire. The atrium fountain feed showed pulsing red. The corridor cameras filled with static or fleeting, distorted shapes. The mannequins in the department store feed seemed to jerk and turn towards the camera. The echo was awake, agitated, and Sarah seemed to be its trigger, or perhaps its unwilling conductor. She came around the desk faster than I expected, grabbing my arm with surprising strength. You should have just kept walking, Maxwell. Followed the rules. Her eyes were wide, frantic. From the hallway outside the locked door, I heard a high-pitched electronic screech. The Moss Paw system, coming alive, broadcasting not Muzak, but a terrifying cacophony of distorted screams and whispers. Zara flinched, distracted for a crucial second. I wrenched my arm free and made a break for the door, fumbling with the lock she'd engaged. Suddenly, a heavy metal door buckled inwards with a deafening crash, as if struck by immense force from the outside. It flew open, revealing the corridor beyond, but it wasn't empty. Standing there, bathed in the hellish red emergency light, were three mannequins ripped from a nearby storefront window, their plastic limbs twisted at unnatural angles, painted smiles seeming to stretch into terrifying grimaces. They lurched forward, moving with jerky, puppet-like steps. Sarah screamed, stumbling back. This was beyond even her control now. The echo was physically manifesting, using the mall's own dead materials. I saw my chance. While Sarah was momentarily frozen by the new horror, I ducked past her, out into the shrieking corridor. I ran, the sound of plastic limbs scraping and clattering on the tile behind me. Doors along the corridor slammed open and shut violently. Lights exploded overhead. The PA system shrieked my name amidst the static. Leo. Stay. I needed to get out of this wing. Maybe find Pendleton. Maybe disable the power as he'd hinted might calm the interference. I sprinted towards the service stairwell at the end of the hall. But Sarah recovered quickly. You won't expose this, she shrieked, chasing after me surprisingly fast. Ahead, near the stairwell door, I saw a flash of movement. Yasmin Kaur, huddled near her cleaning cart, eyes wide with terror, paralyzed by the chaos. Sarah saw her too. Get out of the way, girl, Sarah snarled, shoving past Jazz towards me. The shove sent Jazz stumbling back against a large electrical panel on the wall. The one Pendleton had pointed out once, muttering about manual overrides and killing the juice to this whole damn wing if things get hairy. Jazz hit the panel hard. Sparks flew. The main corridor lights died completely, plunging everything into absolute darkness, save for the distant red glow of exit signs. The power system cut off mid-screen. The clattering mannequins behind me faltered, then stopped. Even Zara paused in the sudden, deafening silence and blackness. "Jazz," I whispered into the dark. A frightened whimper was my only reply. Then, from the direction of the stairwell, a new sound began. A low, wet, dragging noise, accompanied by the faint, unmistakable smell of copper. Something else was moving in the dark now, drawn by the chaos, or perhaps unleashed by the power cut. I couldn't see Sarah, couldn't see the mannequins, couldn't see anything but the terrifying red exit sign beckoning me towards the stairs, towards escape, or perhaps towards something worse waiting in the unlit depths below. Absolute darkness slammed down, thick and suffocating, broken only by the faint, hellish red glow of distant emergency signs. The sudden silence was almost as terrifying as the previous chaos, amplifying the frantic thudding of my own heart and the ragged gasp of my breath. Then, the new sound, that low, wet, dragging noise, seemingly coming from the direction Sierra had been standing, accompanied by the sharp, unmistakable coppery tang of fresh blood hitting the air. Something heavy was being pulled across the tile floor in the pitch blackness. "Sierra," I whispered instinctively, foolishly. No reply, just the steady, rhythmic thump, thump of whatever was moving in the dark. "Jazz," I called out, louder this time, towards where I'd last seen her near the electrical panel. Only silence answered, deepening the pit of fear in my stomach. Had she run? Was she hurt? Or had the thing doing the dragging found her first? I couldn't stay here. Blindly, I pushed myself away from the wall, hands outstretched, stumbling through the darkness towards the red glow marking the stairwell exit. My fingers brushed against something yielding and metallic. Jazz's abandoned cleaning cart. Empty. I fumbled past it, reaching the heavy stairwell door. It opened with a groan, leading into an equally dark concrete shaft. The dragging sound seemed fainter here, muffled by the closed door behind me. Down or up? Down led deeper into the service levels, potentially towards an exit near the loading docks, if I remember the blueprints correctly. Up led back towards the main mall levels I knew slightly better. Down felt like descending into a tomb. I chose down, relying on the emergency lighting strips that cast just enough faint red light to see the steps immediately in front of me. Each step echoed unnervingly in the confined space. The air was cold, damp, smelling of dust and mildew. My body screamed with adrenaline crash, leaving me shaky, exhausted, my scraped fingers stinging. What had Jazz hitting the panel unleashed? Or had Sierra's breakdown, her confrontation, simply pushed the mall's resident echo over some invisible edge? And what was that dragging sound? The image of the blood fountain flashed in my mind. Reaching the bottom level felt like entering another world. Service corridors stretched out, dimly lit, pipes snaking overhead, unfamiliar machinery humming faintly. The dragging sound was gone, but the silence down here felt different, watchful, ancient. I navigated by instinct, following signs for loading bay C, praying it led outside. Every flicker of the emergency lights, every distant clank of pipes, sent jolts of fear through me. The entire building felt hostile now, aware, breathing shallowly in the dark around me. Escaping the immediate confrontation with Sarah hadn't ended the threat. It had just left me alone, injured, and lost in the belly of the beast. The vast, echoing structure of the Palmetto Galleria, once just a dead-end job, was now my own personal labyrinth, and I wasn't sure if there was truly a way out. Hours seemed to pass in the disorienting maze of service corridors and darkened mall walkways. Time lost all meaning, measured only by the pounding of my heart and the desperate need to find an exit. Moonlight filtering through the atrium's high, grimy skylight painted eerie, shifting patterns on the floor below, making familiar shapes seem monstrous. I avoided the atrium itself, the memory of the fountain, and the recent dragging sound, too fresh, too terrifying. Finally, guided by a faded emergency exit sign, near the back of the shuttered department store wing. I found it, a heavy alarmed fire door. With shaking hands, I slammed my shoulder against the push bar. An alarm shrieked piercingly behind me, loud enough to wake the dead, but I didn't care. The door swung open, revealing not the sterile mall interior, but the thick, humid embrace of the pre-dawn Florida air, smelling of wet asphalt and freedom. I stumbled out into the employee parking lot, gasping, knees weak with relief. The alarm continued its frantic cry behind me, unanswered in the sleeping world outside the mall's cursed walls. I didn't look back. I didn't retrieve my belongings from the locker. I didn't even think about my final paycheck. I fumbled for my car keys, slid into the driver's seat, locked the doors, and drove. I drove until the Palmetto Galleria was a distant shape in my rearview mirror. Then until it disappeared completely. I drove until the sun rose, painting the sky in colors that felt clean, untainted. I didn't stop until I crossed the state line. I found a cheap motel, slept for nearly 20 hours, then kept moving. I ditched my phone, got a new number, withdrew what little cash I had. I didn't contact anyone from Tampa. What could I say, and who would believe me? Trying to expose Abernathy, or whatever was left of Sierra, felt impossible. Suicidal even. The mall kept its secrets. My only priority was putting as much distance as possible between myself and that place. Months later, I was in a small town hundreds of miles north, working a quiet library job, trying to convince myself I was safe, that it was over. The nights were the hardest. Every flickering light, every distant laugh, every plumbing gurgle sent a jolt of fear through me. I lived in a state of constant low-grade anxiety, always looking over my shoulder. One rainy evening, I was making coffee in my small apartment kitchen. I turned on the tap to fill the kettle. For a split second, just a fraction of a second, before the clear water flowed, the water that sputtered out was thick, brownish red, carrying the faint, unmistakable, coppery tang of blood. I recoiled, heart leaping into my throat, staring at the clear water, now running innocently. Just rusty pipes, I told myself desperately. Old building, bad plumbing. But I knew better. The Palmetto Galleria wasn't just a place, it was a stain, and somehow, some way, it had followed me home. I left. I survived. But the Galleria, it doesn't just let people go. I thought I could run, but sometimes the lights in my hallway buzz like the ones from the garage. Sometimes I hear feet in the dark, and sometimes just for a second the water runs red. So if you're still here, if you made it through, thank you. But don't think it ends when the credits roll. Some rules follow you, and some jobs never really let you clock out. Subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules if you want more stories like this. Comment if you've ever worked a job that felt wrong. And remember, if the lights start blinking in Morse code, don't decode. War. Hunter Zigar. They told me oil rigs were dangerous, but they never mentioned the knocking from inside the pipes, or what happens when the water beneath starts to glow. Welcome to Night Creepypasta Rules, where every story isn't just a warning, it's a ritual for survival. Tonight's tale takes you far offshore, to a rusted rig surrounded by darkness, pressure, and something ancient that listens through the steel. This isn't just another rules horror. Stay till the end, because the final twist changes everything. And if you've ever felt something watching from the waves, leave a comment. Subscribe for weekly descent into the strangest rules from the edge of reality. The ocean's waiting. Don't look down. The metallic groan that shivered up through the soles of my boots wasn't the rig settling into the waves. It felt deeper, older, like something immense turning over in its sleep in the crushing black miles below us. That was my welcome to Rig 47. perched like a precarious metal insect over the ink-dark waters of the Gulf. Even from the helicopter approaching through the humid twilight, it looked wrong. Too large, too stark against the bleeding horizon. A lattice of steel and burning lights defiant against the encroaching emptiness. The wind hitting me as I stepped onto the helideck wasn't clean sea air. It was thick, tasting of salt, hot metal, and the pervasive greasy tang of crude oil. It whipped my cheap jacket around me, a flimsy shield against the vastness. Below, the waves churned, unseen in the gloom, but for the agitated foam, briefly illuminated by the platform's floodlights. The noise was immediate, a physical presence. The roar of the departing chopper fading into the constant, deep-throated hum of the rig itself. A mechanical leviathan breathing around me. A man detached himself from the shadows near the stairwell, his figure etched by the harsh work lights. Older face like worn leather mapped with grime, and faint scars, eyes startlingly pale in the gloom. He didn't offer a hand, just a curt nod. "Reyes, you're with me. Name's Sully." His voice was gravel, roughened by years of shouting over machinery, or maybe something else entirely. As I followed him towards the clanging descent into the rig's belly, I caught a glimpse of another figure hurrying past. Younger, face pale and drawn, eyes darting nervously. He vanished down a corridor before I could register more than a fleeting sense of shared anxiety. Then, maybe, the other new hire mentioned in the email. Sully didn't waste time on pleasantries. The tour was a blur of graded walkways, humming generators, and the dizzying sight of the ocean far below through gaps in the floor plates. Every surface felt slightly slick, vibrating with the rig's ceaseless energy. He pointed out the key stations, the emergency shutoffs, the mess hall that smelled perpetually of stale coffee and fried food. My stomach churned, partly from the helicopter ride, partly from the dawning reality of this place. The debts back home, the eviction notice pinned to my apartment door. They seemed abstract now, flimsy reasons to be standing here, suspended between the indifferent sky and whatever waited in the deep. This hazard pay better be worth it. In a small vibrating office crammed with monitors displaying pressure readings and sonar maps I didn't understand, Sully stopped. He didn't gesture towards the blinking screens. Instead, he pulled a greasy, laminated card from his pocket and slapped it onto the metal desk. 3 lines were printed in stark block capitals. "All right, Reyes. Forget half the safety manual bullshit they fed you on shore. You want to last the rotation, you follow these. No questions, no arguments. You just do 'em." I leaned closer, the hum of the machine seeming to intensify, filling the small space. If the water glows beneath the platform, don't look down. If you hear knocking from inside the pipes, don't answer it. If a crew member walks in soaking wet without explanation, avoid eye contact. I read them again. My throat felt dry. Strange operational quirks, hallucinations caused by gas leaks, elaborate hazing for the new guy. I searched Sully's face for a flicker of humor, a sign this was some twisted joke. There was none. Only a profound weariness in his pale eyes, a chilling seriousness that made the hairs on my arms prickle. "Don't look down," I managed, the words feeling stupid as soon as they left my mouth. "Means what it says," Sully grunted, snatching the card back. "See it glow, you find something else to look at. Floor, ceiling, your own damn feet. Got it?" He didn't wait for an answer, just turned and led the way back out into the labyrinthine corridors. "Your shift starts now. Stick to the upper decks tonight mostly. Check the gauges on levels 3 and 4. Radio in every hour." The first few hours passed in a monotonous haze of routine, checking pressure valves that gleamed dully under fluorescent lights, logging readings onto a flickering tablet, the colossal structure groaning and sighing around me like a beast in uneasy slumber. Outside the pools of light, the darkness was absolute, pressing in against the windows, occasionally disturbed by the distant flicker of lightning. From a storm far out at sea, the air down here felt heavier. The smell of decay stronger, less like mere algae, more like something anciently organic disturbed from the seabed. Loneliness was a tangible thing, broken only by the crackle of the radio for my hourly check-ins with Sully's disembodied voice. It was nearing the end of my shift, the darkest hour before the first hint of dawn. I was on level 3, a quieter section, mostly pipes and junction boxes. The main generator's thrum was a distant pulse here. Silence, thick and waiting. Then I heard it. Faint at first, easily mistaken for the rig's normal settling noises, but it repeated. A soft, rhythmic thump. Thump. It wasn't random clanking. It was measured, deliberate. And it was coming from inside the large insulated pipe running along the bulkhead right beside my head, like knuckles rapping softly against the thick metal. From the inside out. The rapping inside the pipe wasn't random. It settled into a disturbing rhythm. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap. Over and over. A child's knocking game played by something old and cold. I forced myself to turn away, focusing on the gauge readings, my hands slick with sweat on the tablet screen. Don't answer it. Sully's voice echoed in my mind, flat and absolute. But ignoring it was like trying to ignore a drill boring into your skull. The sound seemed to follow me as I moved down the corridor, resonating through the very structure of the rig. Was it traveling? Or was it starting up in other pipes too? There, in the relative brightness of a junction hub, I nearly collided with Ben. He looked worse than when I'd glimpsed him earlier, his face clammy, eyes wide with a frantic energy. "You hear that, right?" he whispered, his voice tight, gesturing vaguely at the network of pipes overhead. "The tapping, it's everywhere now." "Rig settling," I lied, the word tasting like ash, old platform. Lots of strange noises. He wasn't buying it. No one. "This is different." Earlier, on level 5, it sounded like someone calling my name. Softly, he shuddered, a tremor running through his thin frame. "Just ignore it," I said, more sharply than intended, pushing past him. His fear was contagious, a spark threatening to ignite the tinderbox of my own unease. My shift pattern gave me a few daytime hours for rest, but sleep offered little escape. The rhythmic tapping echoed in my dreams, morphing into the frantic pounding of someone trapped, drowning. I woke drenched in sweat, the rig's constant hum feeling like a predator's purr, driven by a desperate need for answers. I sought out Sully during his pre-shift check. He was welding a support beam, sparks showering the grated floor. "Sully, about those noises," I began, trying to sound casual. He didn't even look up, the flare of the welder momentarily blinding me. "Pipe acoustics, water pressure, happens. It sounds like knocking," I pressed. "Specific patterns." Ben Said, he heard. Sully shut off the welder with a hiss, plunging us into relative quiet, save for the rig's deep thrum. He finally turned, his pale eyes hard. "Ben's jumpy, and you're new. You hear things in a place like this. Imagination runs wild when you're stuck out here. Focus on your job, Reyes. Checking gauges, maintaining equipment. That's what keeps you safe. Curiosity." He shook his head slowly. "Curiosity gets people hurt. Or worse." His tone left no room for argument. Frustrated, I tried accessing the rig's maintenance logs on a communal terminal later, searching for reports of strange noises, structural issues, anything. Us sections were classified, password protected beyond my basic clearance. The few accessible reports mentioned acoustic anomalies and pressure fluctuations, dismissed as standard operational hazards. It felt like hitting a steel wall. That evening, as I started my night rotation, a bank of lights flickered violently overhead on level 4, then died, plunging a long section of corridor into near total darkness. Emergency lighting kicked in, dim, blood-red bulbs that cast long, dancing shadows and made the pipes seem to writhe. My heart hammered against my ribs. A simple electrical fault, or something else testing the boundaries. As I fumbled for my flashlight, the beam slicing through the oppressive red gloom, I heard it again, closer this time. Tap, tap, pop, pause, tap, tap, right beside me. From inside the cold, dark metal, I practically ran through the rest of my checks on that level. My senses felt heightened, raw. Every creak of the structure, every sigh of the wind through the metal lattice, sounded like a whisper, a footstep. Paranoia wrapped around me like a shroud. Later, needing air, I found myself on one off-wrists, the wind biting but clean, washing away the corridor's stale confinement. Below, the sea was a vast black mirror, reflecting only the indifferent stars. I kept my gaze fixed on the horizon, remembering the first rule. But out of the corner of my eye, far down, in the deep, dark water beyond the direct spill of the rig's lights, I saw it, a faint, shifting luminescence, a cold, unnatural green glow, pulsing gently in the abyss. The glow became a fixture of the nights that followed, sometimes faint, a mere suggestion in the peripheral darkness, other times disconcertingly bright, casting sickly green reflections on the underside of the lower decks. It pulsed with a slow, hypnotic rhythm, like a heartbeat in the deep, and it called, not with a sound, but with a silent, insistent pull in the back of my mind. Look, just a glance, see what lies beneath. Rule 1, don't look down. It became a mantra, a desperate prayer whispered under my breath whenever I had to patrol near the rig's edge. One night, the pull was stronger than ever. The air felt thick, charged. The light below wasn't just glowing. It seemed to writhe, patterns swirling within its depths. I found Ben standing dangerously close to the railing on the lowest accessible deck, his back to me, utterly still. His posture was rigid, mesmerized. The green light painted the underside of his chin, gave his skin a corpse-like pallor. "Ben!" I yelled, my voice hoarse against the wind and machinery. He didn't react. I grabbed his arm, yanking him back just as he seemed to sway forward. His eyes were unfocused, pupils dilated. "Don't look, man. Remember the rule." He stumbled back, gasping, shaking his head as if waking from a trance. I don't know," he stammered, looking wildly around anywhere but down. It was beautiful, like it wanted to show me something. The incident left me shaken, the hypnotic power of the light far more potent than I'd imagined. Other strangeness seeped into the rig's routines. Static crackled over the normally clear radio channels, sometimes resolving into fleeting whispers that sounded almost like words, before dissolving back into noise. Tools left securely on a workbench would be found slightly askew, as if examined by unseen hands. Shadows in my peripheral vision seemed deeper, lingered longer than they should, and the knocking continued, evolving. It sometimes mimicked the specific cadence of Sully's heavy tread on the walkway above, or the frantic drumming of Ben's fingers on the mess hall table. A cruel, intelligent mimicry designed to fray the nerves. My suspicion of Sully grew. I found him once near a cluster of pipes, known for the persistent knocking, not repairing them, but carefully painting intricate, symbol-like marks onto the joints with thick, tar-like paint. He claimed it was an experimental sealant. His explanation curt, his eyes avoiding mine. It looked more like a ward than maintenance. When I tried to press him about the escalating strangeness, about Ben's near miss, he shut me down hard. "You keep your head down, Reyes. Do the job. Don't make waves." The feeling of external interference intensified. Our scheduled supply boat, bringing fresh food, mail, and vital replacement parts, was delayed. Thorne's voice over the radio offered only clipped, bureaucratic excuses. Weather, engine trouble, logistical snags. But the weather in the Gulf had been clear for days when a minor pump malfunction occurred. Thorne's instructions from onshore seemed oddly counterintuitive, directing the repair team via a route that took them unnecessarily close to a section where the knocking was loudest and the eerie green glow most visible from the lower grates. It felt less like guidance, more like deliberate exposure. The tension stretched tighter each passing hour. The rig felt less like a workplace, more like a cage suspended over something ancient and hungry. One evening, as Sully and I were monitoring a pressure transfer, a new alarm suddenly split the air. Not the subtle warnings, not the whispers or knocks. This was a full-throated, shrieking siren, accompanied by flashing red emergency lights, a klaxon reserved for genuine immediate danger. A readout flashed on the main console. Gas leak detected. Level 7. The deepest accessible level. A place we were usually forbidden to go without explicit orders. A place directly above the hungry, glowing dark. Level 7 was hellish. Herani, Pandian Wahashit Koran, Palmuni, Anisiarish. Emergency lights cast everything in a pulsing crimson glow, the air thick with the acrid tang of the leaking gas, thankfully contained to a specific quadrant, according to the screaming sensors, but the smell permeated everything. The main klaxon had been silenced locally, replaced by the urgent, repetitive beep 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 of gas detectors and the hiss of deployed fire suppression foam near the leak source. Sully, Ben, and I, along with two other roughnecks from the day shift, caught in the overlap, moved cautiously through the narrow pipe-choked corridors, our respirators clamped tight, muffling our already ragged breathing. Our task was simple: reach the secondary shutoff valve deep in the section. But navigating level 7 felt like descending into the rig's diseased bowels. Pipes wept condensation that smelled foul. Unlike clean seawater, metal surfaces were slick with a thin, oily film. The ever-present hum of the rig was different here, deeper, resonant, vibrating through the floor plates like a monstrous heartbeat. The knocking sounds were pervasive, coming from all directions now, muffled by the respirator but undeniable. We were rounding a tight corner, our flashlight beams cutting jumpy arcs through the red haze. Ben was jumpy, stumbling slightly. Sully was grimly focused. And then I saw him, standing perfectly still in a side alcove, almost obscured by steam escaping a nearby vent. A figure in standard rig coveralls, soaking wet, not just damp, drenched as if he just climbed out of the ocean. Dark water dripped from his hair, his clothes pooling silently at his feet. The water wasn't clean. It looked thick, almost black, reflecting the red emergency lights sickeningly. His head was bowed, face hidden in shadow, hands hanging limply at his sides. The air around him felt unnaturally cold, heavy with the stench of stagnant brine and something else. Something like rotten, deep-seed mud. Rule of 3 slammed into my mind with physical force. Avoid eye contact. My gaze snapped away instantly, fixing on the grimy bulkhead opposite. My heart tried to hammer its way out of my chest. Beside me, I heard Ben gasp, a choked, terrified sound muffled by his mask. Sully muttered a curse, low and harsh, grabbing Ben's arm and physically pulling him forward. "Move! Keep moving! Eyes front!" he hissed, his voice tight with something that sounded like genuine fear. We hurried past the alcove, none of us daring a backward glance. The image was seared into my brain. The unnatural stillness, the impossible wetness, the profound sense of wrongness. Who was it? Why were they down here? How could they be soaked like that? The questions hammered at me, but the primal fear evoked by Sully's reaction and the memory of the rule overrode everything. Whatever that was, it wasn't just a crewmate caught in a leak. The rest of the emergency felt dreamlike. We reached the valve, sealed the leak. The alarms eventually fell silent, leaving only the deep hum and the unsettling memory. Back on the relative safety of the upper decks, the shared experience hung heavy in the air. Ben was practically catatonic, staring blankly. Even the veteran roughnecks looked shaken, avoiding each other's eyes. The unspoken truth settled over us. The rig wasn't just haunted by strange noises and lights. Something tangible, something other, was physically present among us. Later, seeking a moment alone before my shift officially began, I found a small, overlooked storage closet. Tucked behind corroded spare parts, etched crudely into the metal wall, was a message, almost obscured by rust and grime. It looked old. It sees through the eyes. Don't let it see you. The pipes are its veins. The water is its blood. The company knows. My blood ran cold. The company knows. Thorne's evasiveness, the delayed supplies, the strange orders. It wasn't incompetence. It was complicity. As I stood there, the etched words burning themselves onto my retinas, my radio crackled. It was Sully. His voice rougher than usual. Raise. Meet me on the main deck, now. There's something you need to know before tonight gets any darker. I found Sully on the main deck, near the railing where the wind snatched savagely at his worn jacket. He wasn't looking out at the churning Black Sea, but inland, towards a home I suddenly realized he might never see again. The storm he'd hinted at wasn't just on the horizon. It felt like it was brewing directly beneath us. The rig itself seemed to hum with a frantic, discordant energy. The vibrations in the deck plates frantic, arrhythmic. "It's starting, Reyes," Sully said, his voice barely audible over the rising wind and the rig's internal groaning. "Whatever this thing down there is, it follows a cycle. Tied to astronomical alignments, pressure shifts, God knows what." The old-timers whispered about it. Sacrifices. Appeasement. He finally looked at me, his pale eyes reflecting the distant, flickering lightning. The company didn't just stumble on this pocket of oil. They knew this was here too. The rules, they weren't meant to keep us safe forever. Just manageable until feeding time. Feeding time. The words hung in the air, colder than the spray whipping across the deck. Before I could process the monstrous implication, the rig gave a violent shudder, a deep, structural boom that wasn't thunder. Far below, the sickly green glow erupted, surging upwards, no longer just a distant luminescence, but a roiling cauldron of light that seemed to illuminate the very bones of the rig from beneath. Simultaneously, the knocking exploded, not from one pipe or even a dozen, but from everywhere. A deafening, insane polyrhythm hammered through the metal structure, vibrating in my teeth, my skull, the deep chorus demanding entry. Then the storm hit proper. Rain lashed down horizontal in the gale force winds, stinging like needles. Waves, impossibly large, crashed against the support pillars, sending plumes of white water exploding high onto the lower decks. And the lights went out, not flickering this time. A sudden, total plunge into blackness, broken only by the terrifying green glare from below and the strobing flashes of lightning. The emergency lights sputtered once, twice, then died with a pathetic fizzle. Panic erupted. Shouted warnings became terrified screams snatched away by the wind. Through the chaos, I saw Ben stumble out onto the deck, his face a mask of terror, momentarily lit by a lightning flash. "Sully! Alex! What's happening? Get inside!" Sully roared back, grabbing my arm, pulling me towards the relative shelter of the accommodation block's entrance. But inside wasn't safe. A horrific screech of tearing metal echoed from within, followed by the sound of water, torrents of it, rushing through the corridors. Pipes were bursting. We scrambled into the nearest doorway just as a section of the grated walkway behind us buckled with a deafening groan and collapsed into the raging, glowing sea below. The structure was failing. Through the roar of the storm and the internal cacophony, a new sound emerged. Wet, dragging footsteps, splashing sounds that didn't belong inside a flooding corridor. They came from the darkness, figures silhouetted against the emergency exit signs that still flickered intermittently at the end of the hall. Wet figures. Not one or two, but maybe half a dozen, lurching forward with an unnatural, synchronized gait. Water streamed from them, black and viscous in the dim light, and the air grew thick with the stench of the abyssal deep. They weren't just present anymore. They were hunting. Guttural clicks echoed from their unseen faces. "This way!" Sully yelled, shoving me down a side passage I barely recognized. We ran, Ben stumbling behind us, his breath coming in panicked sobs. It was a nightmare maze. Corridors slick with oil and seawater, debris blocking passages, the relentless thump, thump, thump of the chorus seeming to guide our pursuers. We burst into the main control room. Miraculously, some panels still flickered with residual power. Monitors showed static, alarming pressure drops, hull integrity warnings flashing red. "Comms!" Sully barked, hitting buttons on a console. Static hissed, then cleared momentarily. A voice cut through, impossibly calm, chillingly familiar. "Thorn, repeat. Rig 47 personnel. Acknowledge final harvest protocol," the detached voice said, devoid of static now, as if broadcast from the room next door. "Subsurface entity designated Bloom has reached optimal energy signature following stimulus cycle. Surface structure integrity is now secondary. Initiate controlled platform purge sequence on my mark. Geothermal tap will ensure full sterilization. Commendations on your service. Thorn out. Sterilization. Harvest. Stimulus cycle." We were the stimulus. The purge wasn't rescue. It was erasure. Sully slammed his fist onto the console, a strangled cry of rage and despair tearing from his throat. "That bastard, he knew. He always knew." He looked at me, his face ravaged by guilt. "My daughter. They have her picture on file, Reyes. Threatened her schooling, her future. If I didn't play along, keep the new blood calm, make sure the rules were mostly followed. Until now." Red lights began flashing on a schematic of the rig. Purge sequence initiated. Countdown timers appeared on multiple screens. 15 minutes. They're venting the main gas lines. Sully breathed, horror dawning in his eyes. Then the geothermal tap ignites it all. An accident. The control room door buckled inwards with a screech of metal. Wet hands, slick and grayish, clawed through the opening. Ben screamed, scrambling backwards, tripping over a loose cable. Two figures flowed into the room, their movements fluid, wrong. Their faces were obscured by shadow and dripping water, but the low, clicking sounds intensified. "Go!" Sully roared, shoving me towards a maintenance hatch on the far side of the room. He grabbed a heavy fire axe from the emergency locker. "Get to the emergency lifeboat station. Deck C. It's shielded. Might survive the initial blast. Go!" He turned to face the encroaching figures, hefting the axe. "It marked me long ago, Reyes," he yelled over the rising clicks and the external storm. "Should have ended here years ago. Tell them. Tell someone what they did." He charged, swinging the axe into the nearest figure with a sickening wet thud. I didn't wait. Scrabbling through the hatch, then right behind me, I plunged into a narrow, dark maintenance shaft. Behind us, I heard Sully's enraged roar, cut off abruptly by a horrifying, watery gurgle and the shattering clang of the axe falling to the floor. The shaft descended steeply. We half slid, half fell, the sounds of the control room fading above, replaced by the groaning protest of the rig tearing itself apart, and the ever-present, maddening knocking. We emerged onto Deck C, a lower, external platform, precariously close to the surging, glowing water. Rain and spray lashed us. The lifeboat station was just ahead. a reinforced steel container. But something stood between us and it. It wasn't like the others. Taller, less distinct, seeming to coalesce from the storm itself and the impossible light rising from the depths. It shimmered, dripping black water that hissed as it hit the hot metal deck. Tendrils of sickly green energy pulsed within its vague form. The air around it vibrated intensely, the chorus reaching a fever pitch, focusing into this single, terrifying point. It didn't have a face, but I felt its attention lock onto me. Cold, ancient, and utterly alien. Ben froze beside me, whimpering. Running was impossible. Hiding futile. The rules spun in my head. Don't look down. Don't answer. Avoid eye contact. Passive defenses against an overwhelming force. Sully's sacrifice. Thorn's betrayal. The etched warning. It sees through the eyes. It wasn't just about letting it see. Maybe it was about how you looked. Maybe you had to meet its gaze. Not with fear, but with defiance. A mad gamble. The entity drifted closer, the knocking sound now seeming to emanate from within my own bones. The purge countdown echoed faintly from a nearby speaker. 5 minutes. I braced myself, took a deep breath, tasting ozone, salt, and decay. Then, deliberately, breaking the final rule, I lifted my head and stared directly into the heart of the shifting, faceless nightmare. I focused on my fear, my rage, my grief for Sully, my hatred for Thorn, into that single act of defiance. I looked. For a fraction of a second, there was nothing but an overwhelming psychic pressure, a sense of infinite, cold depths. Then the entity recoiled as if struck. A silent scream tore through my mind, not mine, but its. The green light flared blindingly. The knocking stopped abruptly, replaced by a high-pitched, tearing shriek that wasn't sound but pure mental agony. Then the world exploded. The deck beneath my feet erupted upwards. Heat and force slammed into me, throwing me backwards, weightless into the chaos of the storm and the debris. My last conscious thought was of the blinding green light, the silent scream, and the horrifying realization that looking hadn't killed it. It had only made it angrier. Pain brought me back first, a searing fire in my shoulder, a dull throb behind my eyes that matched the rhythmic groan of tortured metal somewhere nearby. Then the cold, a deep, penetrating chill from the salt spray and the rain-soaked remnants of my clothes. I coughed, the air tasting of smoke, brine, and something metallic, like blood. My ears rang with the phantom echo of the explosion. I blinked, vision swimming. Twisted steel girders clawed at a sky slowly softening from black to bruised purple. Dawn was breaking. The storm's fury had passed, leaving behind a ravaged seascape and the mangled corpse of Rig 47. What was left of the deck I was on tilted at a drunken angle, slick with rain and something oily. Fire still smoldered in pockets of wreckage, casting flickering, hellish light against the growing dawn. The main structure above was a blackened skeleton, partly collapsed into the churning gray water. Of the control room, there was only a gaping hole and twisted debris. I scanned the wreckage frantically, calling his name until my voice was raw, but only the mournful cry of a distant seabird and the groan of dying metal answered. Alone. The words settled into my bones, heavier than the cold. My left arm hung uselessly, pain flaring white-hot when I tried to move it. Dislocated shoulder, maybe broken. My head felt like it was stuffed with cotton wool and broken glass. I dragged myself towards a relatively intact section of bulkhead, finding meager shelter from the persistent wind and spray. The vastness of the gulf surrounded me, in different waves chewing at the wreckage. Thorn's voice echoed in my memory. Final harvest protocol, stimulus cycle, sterilization. The cold wasn't just the sea air. It was the chilling realization of how utterly disposable we had been. Cogs in a machine designed to feed something ancient and obscene lurking in the depths. Sully's last desperate charge wasn't just bravery. It was penance. Near the wreckage of the control room walkway, I spotted something half buried under debris. A cracked tablet, its screen miraculously alive, displaying fragmented error messages and a single corrupted data file header. Project Bloom, Psycholog, fragment. Confirmation I didn't need but dreaded finding. The company knows. As the gray light strengthened, painting the waves in shades of pewter and lead, a morbid curiosity drew my gaze downwards. The intense, boiling green light was gone. The intense, boiling green light was gone. The water was just water. Choppy, gray, hostile. Yet, deep down, was that a faint, residual flicker? A trick of the light, the trauma? Or was it still there, sleeping now satiate? A single, soft tap sounded from a bent piece of rebar near my foot, startlingly distinct in the relative quiet. A final echo, or a reminder? Survival instinct, raw and primal, finally kicked in. I had to find the lifeboat station, or the beacon. Stumbling, dragging my useless arm, I searched the tilting, treacherous deck. The main station was obliterated, but further along, miraculously wedged between two collapsed storage containers, was the battered, dented box of the emergency position, indicating radio beacon. Hope, fragile but fierce, flared in my chest. Its casing was cracked, the activation switch stiff, but the indicator light flickered weakly when I finally jammed it into the on position with my good hand. Was the signal getting out? There was no way to know. Exhausted, shivering, I sank down beside it, scanning the empty horizon, praying for a ship, a plane, anything. And then I saw it, miles out, maybe impossibly far for the detail I perceived, yet undeniably there, a lone figure standing on the water. Still, silent, impossibly upright on the restless surface of the ocean, drenched, dark, featureless at this distance, yet radiating the same unnatural presence as the figure in the corridor. It wasn't approaching. It was just watching, waiting. Fear turned my blood to ice water. The figure on the waves didn't move. A silent sentinel against the vast gray canvas of sea and sky. It felt like a final mockery. Survival within sight, yet still under the inescapable gaze of the abyss. Was it the entity itself? A manifestation? Or just my traumatized mind finally shattering? It didn't matter. The beacon was on. That had to be enough. Hours crawled by. The sun climbed, burning through the clouds, reflecting mercilessly off the water, searing my skin. Thirst became a physical agony, my throat raw, my lips cracking. I huddled by the beacon, scanning the horizon until my eyes burned, flinching at every shadow on the waves, imagining movement where there was none. The figure, real or imagined, remained, a constant, distant anchor for my terror. Late afternoon, a glint of metal. A ship. No, smaller, drifting towards me on the current. A section of walkway plating, miraculously buoyant, large enough to support, leaving the beacon transmitting its desperate pulse. I slid into the cold water, the shock stealing my breath, and kicked weakly towards the makeshift raft, dragging my injured arm. Hauling myself aboard was agony, but the plating felt solid beneath me, a pathetic island in the infinite ocean. Days bled together. Sun, salt, thirst, hunger. The sky was a pitiless blue, the ocean a restless, endless expanse. My skin blistered, my mind frayed. Flashbacks ambushed me. The glowing water, the knocking pipes, the wet figures, Sully's final scream, the explosion. Sometimes I hallucinated ships on the horizon, heard phantom voices calling my name. The figure on the water was gone. but the feeling of being watched persisted, a constant pressure behind my eyes. On the third day, or maybe the fourth, time had lost meaning. I saw it. Not a hallucination this time. A dark line on the horizon, land, or maybe a larger ship, stable and real. Hope, sharp and painful, surged through me. I tried to paddle with my good arm, kicking weakly, tears of desperation tracing paths through the salt crust on my face. Closer. Definitely land. Trees. A smudge of green against the blue. Salvation. I sobbed with relief, paddling with renewed frantic energy. Then I felt it. A faint vibration through the metal plate beneath my hand. I paused, listening. Silence. Only the slap of water against the plating. I dismissed it. Delirium. But it came again. A soft, rhythmic thump. 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 Cump. Cump. Coming from inside the metal right beneath my palm. My blood ran cold. No! No! Trembling, I lowered my head, peering at the metal. Nothing. Just rust and salt water. But the knocking continued. Insistent. Intimate. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap. The same rhythm from the pipes on the rig, with dawning horror. I looked down at the water immediately surrounding my raft. It was beginning to glow. A faint, sickly green luminescence, swirling, coalescing in the water around the metal plate. The light intensified, pulsing gently. The knocking from the raft grew stronger, vibrating up my arm. A whisper seemed to rise from the waves themselves. A sibilant, multi-layered sound that curled into my ears like smoke. It sounded almost like my name, stretched and distorted, spoken by 1,000 cold, wet throats. Alex. I looked from the glowing water to the impossibly distant shore, then back to the knocking, vibrating metal beneath my hand. There was no escape. The rig was gone, but the ocean remained. And the chorus, the bloom, whatever it was, it hadn't needed the rig. It was the ocean. Or the ocean was its blood, its veins, its infinite patient body. I wasn't adrift on the sea. I was adrift in it. A fly trapped in amber, saved only for a later meal. The green light pulsed brighter, reflecting in my wide, terrified eyes. The knocking filled my head. The whispering voices called my name from the deep. The rig is gone, the company's secrets, scorched away in fire and lies. But Reyes, he's still out there, drifting on metal that remembers the pipes, the knocks, and the thing beneath. Because some rules don't protect you, they bind you. And if you made it to the end of this story, you heard the knock too, drop a comment below. What would you have done? Subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules. New horrors every week. Some from the woods, some from the cities, and some, like this one, from the deep. The next rule might be the only thing standing between you and what's waiting in the dark. Not all blizzards come from the sky. Some fall only over one house. Welcome back to Night Creepypasta Rules, where every delivery comes with a warning and the frost doesn't just kill, it chooses. Tonight, we're heading to a town buried in snow and secrets, where a quiet courier job hides 3 rules etched in ice, and breaking them means the snow comes for you. You want to stay until the end. The twist will redefine the rules. If you've ever felt something watching you through a frosted window, leave a comment with the weirdest rule you'd never dare break. Subscribe for new horrors each week, the kind that makes silence feel too loud. The first rule they give you for driving deliveries out of Frosthaven, Alaska, isn't about watching for black ice hidden beneath fresh powder, or giving a wide berth to the moose that sometimes wandered onto the only plowed road in or out. No. The first rule, the one they stressed with a chilling lack of explanation, was about the snow. Specifically, the snow that falls on only one house. Frosthaven. The name itself felt like a warning. etched onto a weathered wooden sign half buried in a snowdrift at the edge of town. I'd driven for 2 days solid to get here, my battered pickup truck groaning in protest against the relentless cold, seeking the kind of anonymity only found at the edge of the world. I needed this job, this isolation, needed the vast, unforgiving landscape to swallow the man I used to be. The town itself was a scattering of buildings huddled together against the immense, snow-draped wilderness. Smoke curling from chimneys, like frail prayers against the sharp, blue sky. It was picturesque in a stark, slightly unnerving way. Too quiet. The air bit at my exposed skin with teeth. When I finally parked outside the small building marked Frosthaven Courier and Dispatch. Pushing the door open, I stepped from the blinding white cold into an almost suffocating pine-scented warmth. Behind a cluttered counter, piled high with maps and manifests, sat a woman who looked carved from the Alaskan landscape itself. Sharp cheekbones, gray hair pulled back severely, eyes the color of a winter sky scrutinizing me over the rim of her glasses. Martha Thorne, my new boss. Noah Vance. Her voice was clipped, practical. No trace of welcome beyond acknowledging my existence. Figured you'd make it. Roads are clear enough. She gestured vaguely towards a stack of packages. Standard deliveries, groceries, mail, supplies for the outliers. Pays weekly, docked for damaged goods or missed drops. Truck needs to be reliable. Yours looks. She paused, her gaze flicking towards the window, where my rust-pocked truck sat steaming in the cold. Functional. She slid a laminated card across the counter, identical to the one described in the terse email exchange that had secured me the job. Her finger, thick and work-worn, tapped below the faded company logo. Right, the rules. You follow these. No exceptions. Don't ask why. Just do. My eyes scanned the 3 lines, the same stark capitals I'd already read. But seeing them here, under her clinical gaze in this remote outpost, made them feel colder, heavier. If snow falls only over one house, skip it. If wolves follow your route, don't speed up. If the lights inside flicker to your heartbeat, don't knock. A shiver traced its way down my spine, unrelated to the sub-zero temperatures outside. Unrelated to the sub-zero temperatures outside. I swallowed, forcing down the questions. I couldn't afford questions. I needed this job, this chance to disappear to the white noise of the wilderness. Understood, I managed, keeping my voice even. Marta gave a curt nod, already turning back to a crackling radio console. First run's loaded. Addresses are on the dash unit. Stick to the main routes today. Get the feel of it. My first delivery was just down the main street, to a small brightly lit store called the Northern Lights Cache. Stepping inside felt like entering another world. Warm, fragrant with coffee and baked goods. Shelves stocked with colorful local crafts alongside essential supplies. A young woman with bright, intelligent eyes and a welcoming smile looked up from behind the counter. "Hi, you must be the new driver," she said, her voice genuinely warm, a stark contrast to Martha's gruffness. "I'm Sierra Bellwether. Welcome to Frosthaven. Cold enough for you?" She laughed, a pleasant sound in the quiet store. No advance. "And yes, definitely cold," I replied, handing over the package, feeling an unaccustomed ease. We chatted for a moment. The roads, the surprisingly good coffee she offered me in a steaming mug, the sheer isolation of the place. She seemed entirely normal, grounded, a beacon of warmth in the encroaching chill. It was a relief I hadn't realized I'd needed. But leaving the cache, pulling back onto the snow-packed road, the weight of the rules and the vastness outside returned. The truck's engine strained against the cold, the tires crunching loudly in the otherwise profound silence. As I drove further out, houses became sparser, separated by miles of dark, imposing forest, the trees heavy with snow, standing like silent sentinels. The sun, already low in the sky this far north, painted the snowdrifts in hues of pink and bruised orange, beautiful but stark. It felt like driving on the surface of the moon. My last delivery was miles out. Darkness closing in fast. The truck's headlights cutting a lonely tunnel through the black. The GPS indicated a cabin set back from the main track, down a barely plowed side road. Deep woods pressed close on either side, their silence absolute. And then I saw it. Just as the GPS announced I was approaching the turnoff, set deep amongst the pines, maybe a quarter-mile down the side track, a small cabin, dark, except for a single faint light in one window. Around it, impossibly, snow was falling. Thick, heavy flakes swirling down in a dense curtain, blanketing the roof, the yard, the trees immediately surrounding it, but only there, beyond that localized squall. The sky was perfectly clear, sharp stars beginning to prick the deep velvet overhead. No wind explained it, no cloud, just snow, falling relentlessly on one solitary house in the middle of the Alaskan wilderness. Rule of 1 screamed in my mind. Skip it. My hands tightened on the wheel, a different kind of cold seeping into me now, colder than the Alaskan air. I didn't slow down. I didn't turn. I just kept driving, eyes fixed straight ahead, pretending I hadn't seen the impossible snow falling in the dark. Driving away from the house, under its private snowfall, felt like tearing myself away from a magnet. My eyes kept flicking to the rearview mirror, expecting to see that localized blizzard following me. But there was only the empty, snow-dusted track and the impenetrable blackness of the pines. The image, however, burned behind my eyelids, the sheer wrongness of it, the quiet defiance of natural law. It wasn't just strange, it felt intentional, like a stage deliberately set, and the road away from it seemed subtly longer, the familiar landmarks taking too much time to appear, as if the distance itself had stretched unnaturally around that spot. Back at dispatch the next morning, handing in my completed manifest, I tried to sound casual. Saw some weird weather out near the old Buckley cabin turnoff last night, Martha. Snow coming down heavy in just one spot. Martha Thorne didn't look up from her ledger, her pen scratching steadily. Temperature inversions, wind patterns off the peaks. Happens. Her voice was flat, dismissive, but her knuckles were white where she gripped the pen. A lie, poorly told, or perhaps desperately clung to. I didn't push it. Later, grabbing coffee at Sierra's Cache, I overheard two old-timers by the wood stove muttering about the recent cold snap, their voices dropping low as they mentioned the white getting restless and hungry ground out past the ridge. They fell silent the moment they noticed me listening. The isolation gnawed. Days blurred into a cycle of driving, delivering, the brief warmth of Sierra's shop, and the long, dark hours alone in the truck, or my small rented room above the garage. The wilderness pressed in, vast and silent, beautiful but utterly indifferent to my survival. One afternoon, a sudden whiteout blizzard descended while I was on a remote mountain pass. Snow swirled so thick, I couldn't see the hood of my own truck. I crawled along, blind, heart pounding, fighting the panic that threatened to make me hit the brakes and become another snowdrift statistic. Emerging minutes later into sudden, shocking sunshine, felt like surfacing from underwater, gasping for breath. The experience left me raw, hyper-aware of how quickly this landscape could kill. That night, the paranoia deepened. Was that flicker between the trees just snow falling off a branch, or something moving? Was the howl of the wind really just wind? Or did it carry whispers? I started checking my rearview mirror obsessively, which is why I saw them the instant they emerged. I was driving back from my last delivery, miles from town, the road a narrow ribbon cutting through endless forest. First, just two pinpricks of yellow light in the mirror. Bar back. Headlights. No, too low, too bright. They gained steadily. Then two more pairs appeared alongside the first. Wolves, loping out from the trees onto the road behind me, their forms large and dark against the snow, falling into formation behind my truck. My blood turned to ice. 6 pairs of yellow eyes burned in my rearview mirror, keeping perfect pace with my truck. My foot twitched towards the accelerator, every nerve screaming to flee. But Martha's voice, flat and absolute, echoed in my head. If wolves follow your route, don't speed up. Rule 2. Sweat prickled my palms despite the sub-zero air blasting from the heater. I forced my foot to stay steady, maintaining an agonizingly slow 30 miles per hour on the deserted, snow-packed road. They didn't look like normal wolves. They were huge, shoulders powerfully muscled, coats thick like winter shadows, and their movement. It wasn't the wary trot of wild animals. It was smooth, deliberate, and escort. Their intelligent eyes never left my truck, tracking its movement with unnerving focus. Miles crawled by under their silent, burning scrutiny. The tension was unbearable, a physical pressure building in the cab. I remembered Jed Croft's cryptic words. Some things out here, they just want respect. Don't like being rushed. Was this what he meant? A test of nerve? The radio, usually silent static this far out, crackled suddenly. Not static, but a voice, distorted. Familiar yet wrong. It sounded vaguely like my sister, her voice stretched thin, whispering my name from a vast distance. Noah. Cold. So cold. Then it dissolved back into hiss. My heart hammered. Coincidence, interference, or something else learning, mimicking. A freezing draft snaked through the cab despite the heater blasting on high. My breath plumed in front of my face for a moment, impossible in the heated space. The cold wasn't outside anymore. It felt like it was trying to get in, after what felt like an eternity. Nearing the first lonely streetlights marking Frosthaven's outskirts, the wolves peeled off as silently as they had appeared, melting back into the dark trees, one by one, leaving only their tracks in my thundering pulse of a hind. The next day, unnerved, I deliberately took a delivery route that passed Jed Croft's remote cabin again. I found him outside, splitting wood with practiced, economical swings despite his age, his eyes sharp and blue as glacial ice. Registered my approach without surprise. "They walking with you now?" he asked, not unkindly, leaning on his axe. I told him about the wolves, the radio voice, the cold spot. He listened patiently, nodding slowly. The stillness. "It watches," he said finally, his gaze distant, learns. "The wolves. Sometimes they watch for it. Sometimes they watch for it. Sometimes they are its eyes. Hard to tell." He fumbled inside his thick coat and pulled out a small, smooth piece of dark wood, intricately carved with a spiral pattern I couldn't quite decipher. "Keep this in your truck. Might help, might not. It respects iron and fire, and things older than memory. Don't show fear, but don't show disrespect either. Tricky path to walk." Feeling marginally better, armed with the cryptic advice and the strange charm, I stopped at Sierra's Cache for coffee. She greeted me with her usual bright smile, asking about my drive, seeming genuinely concerned when I vaguely mentioned treacherous conditions. "You be careful out there, Noah," she said, her hand briefly touching my arm. "This place, it takes care of its own, but it can be hard on newcomers." Her warmth felt real, a lifeline. I didn't mention the wolves or the radio. Who would believe me? That evening, Martha assigned me a new route, delivering medical supplies to a cluster of cabins even further up a winding mountain track than I'd been before. "Road's bad up there," she said, avoiding my eyes. "Take the heavy-duty chains, and Noah." She hesitated, a flicker of something. Warning? Pity in her expression. "Just stick to the rules. All of them. Hours later, deep in the mountains, darkness absolute around me, I found the address. A single cabin, porch light, casting a weak yellow puddle on the snow. As I killed the engine, plunging the world into profound silence except for the wind's low moan, the porch light flickered. Then a light inside the front window joined it. Flicker, flicker, pause. Flicker, flicker, pause. My hand went to my chest. My heart was pounding, adrenaline flooding my system. The lights pulsed again, faster this time, a frantic energy, mirroring my own escalating fear. Thump. Fear. Thump. Flicker. Perfectly, terrifyingly in sync. I sat frozen in the driver's seat, the truck's engine ticking as it cooled. The only sound besides the wind and the frantic pulsing of the lights, mirroring my own internal rhythm. It felt like a physical connection. A wire run directly from my chest to the cabin's electrical system. The light wasn't just flickering with my heartbeat. It felt like it was listening to it, feeding on it, acknowledging my fear with a ghastly intimacy. Rule 3. Don't knock. Knocking felt like the last thing on earth I wanted to do. It felt like inviting that pulsing awareness right into my soul. The package, labeled urgent medical supplies, sat heavy on the passenger seat. My job was to deliver it, but every instinct screamed to put the truck in reverse and flee. Could I leave it on the steps? The porch was dark beyond the flickering light. The steps drifted with snow. What if someone inside was waiting, genuinely ill? Was this a test by the stillness, or just horrific coincidence? My breath hitched. I imagined lifting my hand to knock. Imagine the lights inside flaring in response. Imagine the door swinging open onto... what? Suffocating whiteness, pulsing darkness, something worse. I couldn't do it. Rule of 3 wasn't a suggestion. It felt like a biological imperative. With trembling hands, I grabbed the package, eased the truck door open as quietly as possible, and slipped out into the biting cold. Moving quickly, staying low, I scurried to the edge of the porch, placed the box down where it was just visible from the door, then retreated back to the truck as fast as I dared on the icy ground. I didn't look back until I was safely inside, engine roaring back to life, tires spitting snow as I reversed frantically back onto the main track. The lights in the house kept pulsing with my panicked heartbeat until I rounded a bend and it was lost to sight. The feeling of being watched, however, lingered for miles. The weather turned vicious on the way back. Snow drove down in blinding sheets, the wind buffeting the truck. Visibility dropped to 0. I was forced to pull over, engine idling, stranded miles from anywhere, the storm raging around me. Through the swirling snow, I could just make out the dark shape of trees lining the road, and faintly, unsettlingly familiar, I saw a localized thickening of the snowfall just ahead, obscuring the road further. Like the private blizzard from my first night, drawn here by the storm, or by me, trapped between the storm and that. I felt a profound, chilling despair. When the storm finally eased enough to drive, I didn't head straight back to Frosthaven. I needed answers. I found Jedcroft's cabin again, smoke curling merrily from his chimney. He let me in without question, his eyes understanding my ragged state before I even spoke. "It's testing you," he said, pouring me a mug of steaming potent brew that wasn't coffee. "Sinsin' up. Wants to know you." He poked at his stove. This town made a bargain long ago. When the cold was starving him out. When the cold was starving him out. Gave the stillness consideration. To be left alone mostly. A bit of warmth, you see. Keeps it from creeping into town proper. But the bargain's old. Sometimes it needs reminding. Or maybe his eyes sharpened. Maybe someone's pointing it your way. Before I left, as I checked my truck, I found it. A thin wire leading to one of my headlights looked frayed, almost deliberately nicked, and the pressure in my rear tire felt suspiciously low. Sabotage? Or just the harsh conditions? The doubt festered, cold and ugly. Back in town, Sarah flagged me down as I drove past the cache, her face etched with concern. "Noah, heard you got caught in the storm. Are you okay? You look frozen." Her worry felt genuine, melting some of the icy suspicion Jed's words had planted. She insisted I come in for hot soup, fussing over me, asking careful questions about where I got stuck, if I saw anything unusual. Talking to her, feeling her warmth, I almost convinced myself the sabotage fears were just paranoia. Almost. Until my radio crackled later that night, back in my cold room. It wasn't Martha's usual dispatch call. It was Sarah's voice, tight with panic, breaking with static. "Noah, thank God. Can you take her medicine up there? Please? You're the only one who can get through tonight. Willow Creek." The name sent a jolt of pure ice through my veins. That was the area Jed had warned me about, where the whispers said the stillness was strongest. A moment later, Martha's voice came over the official dispatch channel, flat, devoid of emotion, yet somehow strained. "Vance, confirming emergency medical delivery request to Willow Creek Cabin, authorized by S. Bellwether. Proceed immediately." Something cold and heavy settled in my gut as I steered the truck towards Willow Creek. It wasn't just the dread coiling tighter with every mile, or the worsening blizzard that clawed at the windshield with icy talons. It was the feeling of being inexorably pulled, like a fish on a line, towards something ancient and patient, waiting in the dark. The road twisted in ways my memory insisted it shouldn't. Familiar landmarks seemed to have vanished into the swirling white, and the distance felt unnaturally stretched, each mile costing more fuel and time than it ought to. Then came the snow. Not the general blizzard, but that snow, thick, silent flakes descending in a localized curtain ahead, swallowing the faint track leading towards the creek. And with the snow came the wolves, emerging from the white chaos on either side, more than I'd ever seen before, their yellow eyes burning with cold fire. They flanked me again, but this time there was no pretense of escort. Their movements were predatory, low-slung, teeth occasionally bared in silent snarls, lost to the wind's howl. Rule 2, don't speed up, felt like suicide, but flooring it felt like triggering an avalanche. I kept my speed agonizingly steady, hands strangling the wheel. The radio crackled, Sarah's voice cutting through, sharp with panic. "Noah, are you close? I hear noises outside. Please hurry." Then, beneath her panicked words, another layer of sound. A chorus of cold, dry whispers, seemingly speaking her words simultaneously, adding a terrifying resonance. "Hurry, hurry. It's cold." My blood froze. Was that her? Or it? Learning, mimicking, luring me onward. Through the suffocating snowfall, I finally saw it. Willow Creek Cabin. A dark shape against the white, barely visible. But the light. God's the light. Not just the porch light, but every window blazed with that sickening pulse. Faster now. Frantic. A terrifying staccato synced perfectly with the jackhammer rhythm in my own chest. The cold here was different. Deeper. A penetrating void that seemed to leach the warmth directly from my bones. And Sarah was there, standing on the small, snow-drifted porch, waving frantically, her face pale, barely visible through the blizzard. "Noah, thank God, help me. She's collapsed right inside the door," she screamed, her voice thin against the wind. The doors jammed, every instinct screamed trap. The pulsing lights, the circling wolves, the impossible snow, Sarah's voice on the radio. But seeing her there, seemingly real, seemingly desperate. Could I condemn someone, even her aunt, based on fear and cryptic rules. Maybe this was just a terrible confluence of horrors. Jed's carved charm felt heavy in my pocket. I killed the engine, grabbed the medicine package, and pushed the door open into the freezing whirlwind. "Stay back," I yelled, fighting my way through the snow towards the porch towards her. "Let me check." As I struggled onto the porch, shaking snow from my eyes, Sierra's frantic expression vanished, utterly. It was like a mask dropping. Her eyes, which had seemed so warm in the cache, were now chillingly calm, almost luminous in the pulsing cabin light. She stepped deliberately in front of the door, blocking my path. It wasn't jammed. It was held shut from the inside by a thick wooden bar I could now see through the window beside it. "You shouldn't have come, Noah," she said, her voice quiet, reasonable, terrifyingly devoid of panic. "But now that you're here," she glanced at the package in my hand, "you can give that here. It's not medicine." "Sarah, what is this?" "Your aunt." "There's no aunt," she interrupted smoothly. "Not here. There's just the bargain." The stillness grows thin in the deep winter. It gets restless. It needs warmth, connection, life. Her gaze was steady, almost pitying. Frosthaven survives because we provide it. My family, we help facilitate the offering when the signs align. An outsider's always best. Less messy. She nodded towards the swirling snow, the watching wolves. "It chose you, Noah, right from the start. You carry a certain resonance, a useful emptiness from whatever you ran from." My radio crackled on my belt, Martha's voice rough with static and fear. "Noah, get out of. Sierra, damn you. Don't." The signal cut abruptly into a sharp hiss. Betrayal, cold and absolute, slammed into me harder than the wind. Sierra took a step closer. "Just go inside, Noah. It's quick. They say it doesn't even hurt. Just cold, then peace, stillness." "No," I choked out, backing away. Sierra sighed, a flicker of impatience crossing her face. "Don't make this difficult." As if on cue, the pulsing lights in the cabin flared violently, painfully bright, sending stabbing agony through my eyes, my skull. The snow around me seemed to thicken, swirling into suffocating drifts, grasping at my legs like icy hands. The wind howled, but now it carried distinct whispers, thousands of them, cold and ancient, promising oblivion. Tree branches overhead groaned, bending low, as if to block escape. I fumbled in my pocket, pulling out Jed's wooden charm. It felt unnaturally warm against my frozen fingers. As I held it up, the whispers faltered for a split second. The oppressive psychic pressure lessened almost imperceptibly. Sierra frowned. She lunged, not with frantic fear, but with calculated purpose, trying to grab the package, trying to shove me towards the door behind her. I reacted instinctively, shoving her back hard. She stumbled on the icy porch, crying out in surprise and anger. That was my chance. I turned and ran, plunging back into the blinding snow, heading for the truck. Behind me, Sarah screamed my name, fury mixing with the cold whispers. The wolves surged forward, blocking my path, snarling, but they seemed hesitant, confused by Sarah's failure, or by the charm I still clutched. The stillness itself reacted. The ground beneath the snow seemed to heave. The air grew so cold it felt like breathing shards of glass. The pulsing light from the cabin intensified, throwing the entire landscape into strobing, nightmarish relief. I could feel it trying to latch onto my heartbeat again, trying to overwhelm my senses. Scrabbling into the truck cab, I slammed the door, rammed the gear shift into reverse. The tires spun uselessly for a moment on the deepening snow, then caught. I wrenched the wheel, aiming back towards the track, anywhere away from that pulsing cabin. Zara appeared in my headlights, face contorted with rage, waving her arms, possibly shouting commands to the wolves, though I couldn't hear over the engine and the storm in my head. Then I saw it, a massive pine, burdened with snow, groaning under the unnatural pressure. An idea, desperate and insane, sparked. I yanked the wheel hard, flooring the accelerator. The truck slewed sideways, smashing into the base of the ancient tree with a deafening crunch of metal and splintering wood. The impact threw me forward against the steering wheel, stars exploding behind my eyes. But the tree, weakened, top-heavy, shuddered violently. With a sound like a dying giant's sigh, it began to fall. Directly towards the cabin porch where Sierra stood, momentarily frozen in disbelief. I didn't wait to see it hit, kicking open the buckled driver's side door. Ignoring the searing pain in my shoulder and the blood trickling into my eye, I half fell, half stumbled out of the wrecked truck and plunged into the white swirling chaos of the blizzard, the sound of the splintering wood, and Sierra's sudden, sharp scream echoing behind me. The pulsing light from the cabin abruptly winked out, plunging the immediate area into deeper darkness. But the terrifying cold presence of the stillness felt closer than ever, all around me in the suffocating snow. Blind instinct drove me through the blizzard, away from the wreckage, away from the cabin, and Sierra, and the chilling presence that felt like negative space in the world. Pain screamed from my shoulder. My head throbbed, and blood, freezing almost instantly, tracked lines down my face. The wind tore at me, snow blinding me, each step a monumental effort in the deepening drifts. I didn't know if Sarah was alive or dead, buried under the pine I'd brought down, or if the stillness had claimed her. I didn't care. All that mattered was putting distance between myself and that place. Hours later, or maybe minutes, time lost meaning in the white chaos. The storm's fury lessened slightly. Through gaps in the swirling snow, I saw it. A dark shape half buried in a drift, leaning precariously. An old trapper's cabin, long abandoned by the look of the sagging roof and boarded-up window. Shelter, hope, thin and desperate, flickered within me. Pushing through the warped door frame took the last of my strength. Inside, the air was frigid, thick with the smell of dust, old decay, and rodent droppings. But it was blessedly still, shielded from the wind's relentless assault. Snow had drifted through cracks in the walls, covering parts of the dirt floor. There was a primitive stone hearth, black with ancient soot, and a crumbling wooden bunk. Collapse felt imminent, but exhaustion won. I huddled on the floor, teeth chattering violently, trying to assess the damage. My arm was definitely broken or badly dislocated. My head felt swollen, and frostbite was already turning my fingers numb and white. Sierra's face swam before my eyes, the warm smile in the cache, the chilling calm on the porch. The betrayal felt like a separate wound, colder and deeper than any the cold or the crash had inflicted. How many others, how many newcomers had driven these roads, learned the rules too late, ended up as consideration for the town's twisted bargain? The horror wasn't just the entity. It was the calculated communal monstrosity hiding behind Frosthaven's picturesque facade. Shivering uncontrollably, my eyes scanned the dim interior, settling on the rough wooden wall near the hearth. Scratched into the wood, deep and deliberate, was a carving, a complex spiral radiating outwards, strikingly similar to the charm Jed had given me, which was now lost somewhere in the snow outside. Around the spiral were crude depictions: wolves, heads bowed, facing a swirling, indistinct shape at the center, like a blizzard given form. Below it, scratched with what looked like a burnt stick, were words: "It craves warmth. It hungers for connection. Stillness is the price. Not just hunger, then. Connection. The heartbeat lights, the mimicry. It wasn't just predation. It was a desperate, alien loneliness seeking to absorb life, warmth, memory into its infinite cold. The thought was somehow more terrifying than simple malice. As I stared at the words, a patch of frost suddenly bloomed on the rough wood beside the carving, spreading outwards in delicate, icy fractals. Despite the lack of any obvious draft, a cold spot formed around me, palpable, making my teeth ache. The wind outside seemed to whisper my name. Nua, a dry, sibilant sound that slithered through the cracks in the walls. Panic surged, but I was too weak to flee. I huddled deeper into myself, waiting for the end. But nothing else happened. The cold spot eventually faded. The whispers subsided back into the wind's howl. Was it watching, waiting, or had my desperate act at the cabin somehow satisfied it for now? Later, driven by a desperate need for warmth, I searched the cabin's debris, tucked away in rotted crate miraculously preserved. I found a small bundle of dry tinder and a few gnarled, edible-looking roots I vaguely recognized from a survival guide. Placed there recently, or left by the cabin's last, long-dead occupant, near the door. Almost hidden in the snowdrift that had pushed inside, was a single large paw print, too large for any normal wolf, distinct as if deliberately left. A sign from Jed? A warning? Or something else? As the first weak, gray light of dawn filtered through the cracks, the storm finally breaking, I dragged myself to the doorway. The world outside was a pristine, brutal landscape of white. Far in the distance, almost invisible against the glare, I thought I saw the faint, hazy glow of Frosthaven's lights. But as I looked, a freezing breath, utterly devoid of moisture, ghosted across the back of my neck. I spun around. Nothing. Nothing! Only the empty, derelict cabin and the oppressive silence of the snow-choked wilderness. Survival became a numb routine. Setting snares with numb fingers, melting snow for water over pitiful fires, started with the found tinder, rationing the tough, earthy roots. My arm healed badly, a constant, aching reminder. The trek back towards the direction of the main road took days, perhaps weeks. The wilderness remained vast, indifferent, but the active, malevolent presence felt withdrawn, distant. The overwhelming psychic pressure was gone, replaced by a heavy, watchful quiet. Sometimes I'd find those large, solitary wolf tracks paralleling my path for a time, always keeping their distance before vanishing back into the trees. Guide? Observer? I never knew. I eventually reached a ridge overlooking the valley where Frosthaven nestled. Smoke rose from chimneys, tiny vehicles moved on the streets below. Down there was warmth, food, potential rescue. But standing there, looking down at the town that had tried to sacrifice me, feeling the phantom chill that never truly left my bones, I felt nothing but cold revulsion and a profound sense of alienation. I couldn't go back. Not to Frosthaven, not to the world I'd fled before. The stillness had touched me, looked into me. I was marked, changed. There was no place for me down there anymore. Time lost its sharp edges, seasons turned, marked by the thaw, the brief, frantic green of summer, the blaze of autumn color, and then the inevitable return of the cold, the snow, the white silence. I found Jedcroft's cabin, empty, swept clean by the wind, as if he'd simply dissolved back into the landscape. I took shelter there, living off the land, becoming a creature of the wilderness myself, thin, ragged, haunted. The locals, if they ever glimpsed me from afar, likely thought I was just another rumor, a ghost haunting the edges of their precarious existence. Early winter. The first heavy snow was falling again, blanketing the dark pines, muffling the world. From my vantage point near Yed's old cabin, I watched the familiar road leading into Frosthaven. A truck appeared, newer than mine had been, cleaner. It pulled up outside Martha Thorne's dispatch office. A young man climbed out, bundled against the cold, but with an unmistakable air of hopeful naivety as he looked around, perhaps seeing only the stark beauty, not the teeth hidden beneath it. I knew the rules. I knew the cycle. I saw the faint light flicker on and sear a bellwether's cache down the street. I felt the air grow colder, the silence deepen, pregnant with ancient hunger. The stillness was stirring, roused by the return of the deep cold, sensing the arrival of new warmth. I pulled the worn collar of my salvaged coat tighter around my neck. The carved wooden charm, Jed's, or one I'd made myself, resting against my skin. I was no longer the hunted. I was the watcher, a silent witness, bound to this place, forever part of the cold, unending stillness. Another ghost on the edge of the white. The snow fell harder, obscuring the town below, obscuring everything. The town still stands. The rules are still posted, and new drivers still arrive, unaware of the snow that falls only where it's not supposed to. No one made it out. But the stillness, it never left. It just waits for the next route, the next driver, the next driver, the next heartbeat and sync. If this story got under your skin, drop a comment below. What would you have done at the flickering cabin? And if you're still breathing, still warm, still watching, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules, because next week, someone new will break the rules, and something old will answer. In Amarillo, the fries stay hot, but the rules keep you alive. Welcome to Night Creepypasta Rules, where fast food meets slow death and corporate policy hides something older than flame broiling. Tonight, we're clocking in at the last Burger King on the edge of nowhere, where 3 rules keep the night crew from disappearing off the schedule and off the face of the earth. Stick around until the end. This story has a twist darker than the fry oil. And trust me, you do not want to miss it. Got a weird rule at your job? Drop it in the comments. And if you're brave enough to come back after hours, subscribe. One new horror every week. Because on this channel, the closing shift never ends. Working the graveyard shift at the loneliest Burger King in Amarillo comes with the usual perks: the lingering scent of stale coffee, floors perpetually sticky, regardless of mopping, and 3 rules that absolutely nobody mentions in the officially employee handbook. Rules you follow, or rules you break and vanish like yesterday's grease trap scrapings. My headlights cut through the oppressive Texas dark, finally illuminating the faded, slightly flickering BK sign rising like a lonely beacon off the I-40 access road. The building itself looked tired, huddled under the vast star-dusted sky, surrounded by miles of flat, empty plains that seemed to swallow sound, pulling my sputtering Civic into the cracked, mostly empty parking lot. I killed the engine and the silence crashed in, broken only by the distant rumble of an 18-wheeler barreling down the highway. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the heavy glass door and stepped inside. The air hit me first, an unnatural chill from overworked air conditioning warring with the cloying, inescapable smell of old fryer grease and harsh chemical cleaners. Fluorescent lights buzzed aggressively overhead, casting a sickly greenish pallor on the worn linoleum floors and the faded plastic booths. It felt less like a restaurant, more like a way station on the road to nowhere. Behind the counter, wiping down the stainless steel with slow, methodical movements, stood Dale Harper. He looked exactly like his phone interview sounded. Tired, deep lines etched around his eyes, shoulders slumped under the slightly too large polyester uniform. A name tag reading, Dale. Manager pinned crookedly. He didn't smile, just nodded. Maya Flores? His voice was flat, resigned. Right on time. Good. He gestured vaguely. Kevin's in the back. Mostly minds the fryers and drive-through when it gets busy, which it won't. Kevin, a lanky kid, maybe a year or 2 younger than me, gave a half-hearted wave from the kitchen doorway before disappearing again. Dale gave me the nickel tour, the temperamental shake machine, the forever-leaking soda dispenser, the walk-in freezer that hummed like an ancient beast. Then he pulled me aside, near the large, brightly lit menu board, displaying slightly faded pictures of burgers and fries. His voice dropped, losing its bored monotone, replaced by a quiet, dead seriousness that made the hairs on my arms stand up. All right, Flores. Forget the corporate training videos. This place, it's different. You want to keep this job. You want to walk out of here when the sun comes up. You follow my rules. For this location only. Got it? He didn't wait for an answer. He didn't wait for an answer. He tapped a greasy laminated card he pulled from his shirt pocket, unnervingly similar to the one described in that other story outline I discarded in my mind. If someone asks, "Is it still 1997?" say yes and walk away. If the menu board starts flashing names, cover it with the mop. If someone orders food in a language you don't know, don't ask them to repeat. I stared at the words, my brain struggling to compute. Was this a joke? Some bizarre small-town hazing ritual? Names? I asked, the words sounding hollow. What names? Doesn't matter what names. Dale snapped, his eyes flicking nervously towards the menu board. You see him flash. You get the mop from the closet. Prop it up. Cover that section. Quick like. And the 97 question. Yes, then walk away. Don't look back at the car or the customer. Just get busy. And the language thing, he sighed, rubbing his temples. Just punch in a number 2 combo. Standard. Give him the total. Don't try to understand. Don't ask questions. Break these rules. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper, smelling faintly of stale cigarettes and desperation. Break 'em. And you're not just fired, Flores. People who break the rules here, they don't clock out. My stomach twisted. This was insane. But looking at Dale's dead serious eyes, the genuine fear lurking beneath the exhaustion, I believed him. Or at least, I believed he believed him. And I needed this job. Needed the money to finally get out of my parents' suffocating house. Needed the late hours where, hopefully, he wouldn't know where to find me. So I nodded, my throat dry. Okay. Yeah, I understand. The first few hours of the shift were dead quiet, depressingly normal. I wiped down counters already clean, refilled napkin dispensers, checked the bathrooms. Kevin mostly stayed in the back, the silence broken only by the hum and buzz of the restaurant's aging machinery, and the occasional whoosh of a truck passing on the interstate, its headlights briefly sweeping the empty dining room. Near midnight, an old man shuffled in, Mr. Abernathy according to Dale's brief nod. He ordered a small black coffee, paid an exact change, and sat in a booth near the back, just staring out at the dark highway, occasionally muttering to himself. He fit the desolate atmosphere perfectly. Then around 2 a.m., headlights cut across the parking lot. A dusty, beat-up sedan, older model, maybe late 80s, whirled to a stop at the drive-through speaker. I put on the crackling headset, forcing my voice into the cheerful, company-approved greeting. Welcome to Burger King. Can I take your order? Silence for a moment, just the hiss of static. Then a man's voice, muffled, distant sounding, filtered through the cheap speaker. Excuse me, miss, he said, a strange hesitation in his tone. Is it still 1997? Yes, the word felt brittle, wrong, as it left my lips into the crackling drive-through speaker. I ripped the headset off and spun away, heart hammering, forcing myself to wipe down an already gleaming counter, refusing to look back towards the window. Rule 1. Walk away. The silence stretched, amplifying the hum of the freezers. Then the distinct sound of an old engine sputtering, followed by tires crunching slowly on the gravelly asphalt as the beat-up sedan pulled away. The static hiss from the headset on the counter seemed louder for a moment, almost angry, before settling back into its usual low hum. The air tasted stale, heavy. Just some local jokers? I asked Dale later, when the knot in my stomach had loosened slightly. He was meticulously restocking ketchup packets, his movements jerky. He shrugged, not meeting my eye. Could be, or just confused. Happens out here. Kevin, overhearing from the fire station, muttered something that sounded suspiciously like ghost car, before Dale shot him a silencing glare. A quick search on my phone during a lull revealed patchy local news reports from late '97. A bad multi-car pileup on I-40 near this exit. Rumors of a missing person never found. Nothing concrete, but enough to make my skin crawl. Mr. Abernathy on his coffee run just shook his head when I tried to subtly probe. "Time gets thin out here, girl," he rasped, staring out the window. Things bleed through. The rest of the shift felt charged. A brief power surge made the lights flicker violently, plunging the restaurant into momentary, heart-stopping darkness before the backup generator kicked in with a groan. All right. In that single second of blackness, I could have sworn I heard a chair scrape across the floor in the empty dining area. Afterwards, every sound seemed magnified. The sizzle from the empty fryer sounded like sibilant whispering just beyond my hearing. The shadows cast by the buzzing fluorescent lights seemed to twist into watching figures. I jumped when a stack of plastic trays clattered inexplicably in the back. Just the settling of the old building, I told myself. But the explanation felt thin, flimsy. I was wiping down tables, trying to shake the jitters, when my gaze drifted up to the menu board. Bright, garish pictures of food, familiar prices. Then, for less than a heartbeat, the section displaying Whopper Jr. meal dissolved into flickering, scrolling letters. Not random static, definite letters. Zara B. Michael Tit. Anna. It snapped back to the Whopper Jr. before I could fully process it, leaving phantom letters dancing in my vision. My breath caught in my throat. Rule 2. It was happening. My hand shook as I fumbled for the mop Dale had insisted be kept propped near the counter, not in the back closet. It felt greasy, heavy. With clumsy haste, I lifted it, the wet, stringy head bumping against the ceiling tiles, and managed to angle it so it covered the flickering Whopper Jr. section of the menu board. The effect was immediate. The frantic energy that had seemed to emanate from the board abruptly cut off, like silencing a scream. The buzzing of the overhead lights seemed to deepen, the shadows in the corners darkening perceptibly, as if the restaurant itself held its breath. Covering it didn't fix anything. It felt like I just slammed a door on something trying to get through. The quiet that followed was worse than the flickering. It felt charged, waiting. Then, faint but unmistakable, a dry whispering started up from the drive-through speaker, though the vehicle-detected light remained stubbornly off. Not English, not Spanish, just layered, sibilant sounds like dry leaves skittering across concrete. I ripped the headset off again, heart pounding. Simultaneously, a wave of unnatural cold rolled through the kitchen doorway, making Kevin yelp and drop a fry basket with a clang. "Dude, did you feel that?" he hissed, eyes wide, his earlier joking gone. "It's like a walk-in freezer just opened." Mr. Abernathy came in later, seemingly oblivious, ordered his coffee, and sat down. Before leaving, he pushed a wadded-up napkin across the counter towards me. "Might need this," he mumbled, and shuffled out. I unfolded it later. It wasn't trash. It was a hastily sketched drawing. A rough map of the highway interchange near the BK, with a strange spiral symbol drawn directly over the restaurant's location, and jagged lines radiating outwards, cryptic and unsettling. The next shift, Dale was acting differently. Tense, irritable. He spent an hour installing a sleek new security camera above the counter, angled perfectly to view both the registers and the entire menu board. "Corporate mandate," he grunted when I asked. "Inventory control." But the intensity of his gaze as he checked the feed on his tablet felt like personal surveillance. He seemed to be remotely dimming or brightening the main lights throughout the night, too. Testing something, his fingers drumming nervously on the counter. It was just after 3 a.m., during that deadest hour where the world outside seems to cease existing, that the bell over the door chimed. A man stood there, blinking slowly in the harsh light. Average height, nondescript clothes, pale skin, eyes that didn't quite seem to focus on me. He drifted towards the counter, bypassing the empty booths. He opened his mouth, and what came out was a stream of sounds that belonged nowhere on Earth. Guttural clicks, soft, breathy whistles, long melodic vowels that seemed to hang in the air like smoke. He was asking for something, ordering food. Rule 3 crashed down on me. Don't ask them to repeat. My mind blanked. The sounds were alien, hypnotic, tugging at some part of my brain that desperately wanted to understand, to connect. I forced the instinct down, hard. Don't ask. Don't engage. My fingers, feeling thick and clumsy, fumbled on the PO screen, hitting the preset for the number 2 combo. Whopper, medium fries, medium Coke. Dale's contingency. The screen flashed the total. That'll be $7.89, I said, my voice a strained whisper. The pale man tilted his head slightly, his unfocused eyes sliding past me. He reached into his pocket and laid 3 coins on the counter. They looked wrong. Dull gray metal, too light, stamped with symbols that weren't letters or numbers, vaguely reminiscent of Abernathy's spiral. Before I could even react or question the payment, he simply wasn't there anymore. One moment standing at the counter, the next empty space, the faint smell of ozone lingering. The front door hadn't opened or closed. He had just vanished. The 3 strange coins sat on the counter, feeling unnervingly cold to the touch. Just as I scooped the coins into a spare napkin, lightning cracked outside, thunder rattling the windows immediately after. The lights flickered violently, threatening to plunge us into darkness again. Through the rain-lashed front windows, I saw headlights approaching. The beat-up sedan from the other night, the 1997 Asker. It didn't pull into the drive-thru. It just began slowly circling the parking lot, its headlights sweeping the interior like searchlights through the storm. Simultaneously, the damaged menu board went completely haywire, flashing not just names but jumbled images, static bursts, and random price points, the light strobing painfully in time with the thunderclaps. "What the hell is going on?" Kevin yelled from the kitchen, backing away from the doorway, eyes wide with terror. The lights, the car, the menu. This isn't normal. Maya, Dale! He rounded on Dale, who was frantically trying to reboot the PO system which had frozen during the power surge. You gotta tell us what this place is. We gotta get out of here." "Shut up, Kevin," Dale snarled, slamming his hand on the counter, his composure finally cracking. "You want to keep your job? You want to walk out of here at all? You keep your mouth shut and you follow the damn rules." His eyes darted towards the circling car, then the strobing menu, then back to the newly installed camera, a desperate, cornered look on his face. The storm raged for an hour, the car circling relentlessly, the menu flashing its cryptic, terrifying messages. When the rain finally eased and the car drove off into the pre-dawn gloom, the silence felt heavy, dangerous. While Dale was preoccupied trying to fix the menu board remotely with frantic calls to some unseen tech support, I slipped into the cramped back office. Driven by a desperate hunch, I checked the wiring behind Dale's monitor. The feed from the new security camera didn't go to the standard DVR in the closet. It snaked away, connected to a small, unmarked black box humming faintly, with a blinking modem light suggesting an external connection. Someone else was watching. Corporate? Or someone else entirely? Tapped to the underside of the desk drawer, I found a yellowed envelope containing faded incident reports dating back to 97 and 98. Brief, heavily redacted notes about temporal displacement, auditory phenomena, personnel disorientation, and multiple unexplained equipment malfunctions. This wasn't just happening now. It had always been happening. My blood ran cold. Just as I slid the envelope back, my phone buzzed. It was Dale, from the front counter, his voice tight, urgent. "Laura's office. Now." I walked out, heart pounding. Dale stood by the registers, looking pale and sick. Just got a call, he said, unable to meet my eyes. Corporate, regional supervisors making a surprise overnight inspection. He'll be here. Any minute. Any minute. He gripped the counter edge. Everything, he repeated, his voice barely a whisper. Everything has to look normal. No matter what happens. Understand? Headlights swept the parking lot, pinning us like startled rabbits. A late-model black sedan, unnervingly clean, pulled silently into a space near the entrance. Dale visibly flinched, straightening his already straight name tag. Kevin muttered something that sounded like a prayer under his breath. The car door opened, and the supervisor stepped out. He, or maybe it, was nondescript to the point of being disturbing. Gray suit, neutral expression, eyes that seemed to absorb the flickering fluorescent light without reflecting it. He moved with an eerie quietness, gliding more than walking into the restaurant. The air grew heavy, charged, the hum of the freezers deepening into an anxious thrum. "Mr. Harper," the supervisor said, his voice perfectly modulated, devoid of any accent or inflection. "An unscheduled performance review." His gaze swept the interior, lingering for a fraction too long on the menu board, the drive-through window, and then, unsettlingly, on me and Kevin. Dale practically tripped over himself, trying to appear competent. "Yes, sir, Mir? Sorry. The district office didn't forward your name." "Irrelevant." The supervisor cut him off smoothly. "Begin standard closing procedures. We will observe," as Dale, sweating profusely, began barking nervous orders at Kevin to clean the fryers. It started, not gradually, but like a switch being flipped. The menu board exploded into a chaotic frenzy. Names, dates, mostly 1997. Faces flickering too fast to recognize. Static bursts. And the Burger King logo twisting into unrecognizable symbols. Almost simultaneously, the drive-through bell dinged. On the monitor, I saw the beat-up sedan again. The muffled voice crackled through the speaker. "Is it still 1997?" Before I could even react, the front door chimed, and another customer, pale and vacant-eyed like the one before, walked straight to the counter and began speaking in that same impossible language of clicks and sighs. "Handle it, Flores," Dale hissed, eyes darting between the phenomena and the supervisor, who was watching everything with unnerving clinical detachment. My mind raced. Rule 1, Rule 2, Rule 3, all at once. I yelled, "Yes!" into the headset, spun away from the window, grabbed the mop and shoved it frantically against the strobing menu board. The lights dimmed sickeningly. I turned to the clicking customer, numbly punched in the number 2 combo, took the weirdly light coins without looking, shoved them in my pocket. Chaos. Pure, paralyzing chaos. Fascinating, the supervisor murmured, stepping closer, ignoring Dale's frantic attempts to explain it away as electrical issues. "The resonance is stronger tonight. Increased temporal friction." He looked directly at me. "Employee Flores, you've experienced all 3 primary protocols tonight. Describe the subjective temporal displacement during Protocol 1. I don't know what you mean." I stammered. Kevin looked ready to bolt. "He means the damn ghost car," Dale burst out, his voice cracking. "Sir, this location, it's sensitive. Residual temporal echoes from the 97 incident. Corporate knows it's contained. The rules work." The supervisor gave a thin, humorless smile. "Contain? Pain? Mr. Harper, your containment is failing, and corporate has delegated direct oversight." He held up a small metallic device, dull gray, humming faintly with captured fluorescent light. It looked disturbingly similar to the strange coins. "My oversight." He adjusted something on the device. "We're initiating recalibration." "Recalibration," Dale whispered, his face draining of color. "No, That protocol, it's only for catastrophic breaches. It hasn't been used since the initial event. The supervisor finished calmly, which this location seems determined to replicate. Unacceptable. He aimed the device at the wildly flashing menu board. "No!" Kevin screamed. Finally snapping, he grabbed a heavy plastic tray and hurled it like a discus. It hit the supervisor's arm, knocking the device sideways just as he activated it. Instead of hitting the menu board, a beam of shimmering, heatless energy shot out, striking the already stressed drive-through speaker system. All hell broke loose. The speaker exploded inwards with a shower of sparks and a sound like tearing fabric. Time itself seemed to stutter. Flickering, translucent figures. People in outdated clothes. Paramedics, police officers, flickered in and out of existence throughout the restaurant, their silent screams echoing alongside the clicking language and the 1997 question, now repeated from multiple points in the room. The menu board became a swirling vortex of light and distorted faces, names howling unintelligibly. The air grew thick, reality bending, the floor seeming to tilt. The supervisor snarled, retrieving his device. His calm facade shattering, revealing something cold and predatory beneath. He lunged towards Kevin, who scrambled backwards. Dale screamed, "Lockdown! Protocol 7!" and fumbled for a panic button under the counter. Red emergency lights began to flash. Klaxons blared, and heavy metal shutters started slowly descending over the windows and doors. "No lockdown!" I yelled, grabbing the mop again, not to cover the board, but swinging its greasy head at the supervisor. He deflected it easily, almost contemptuously, but it bought Kevin a second, remembering Abernathy's spiral, the menu board vortex. Maybe disruption was key. I grabbed a nearby fire extinguisher. "Kevin, the chemicals." I screamed, spraying blinding foam towards the supervisor, who recoiled with a hiss of annoyance. Kevin, catching on, grabbed bottles of industrial cleaner, ammonia, bleach, from under the counter. "Don't mix," Dale started to yell, but Kevin was already splashing them wildly towards the sparking, shorting remnants of the drive-through speaker and the base of the menu board portal. The reaction was instantaneous and violent. Acrid fumes filled the air. Lights exploded overhead, and the swirling vortex on the menu board pulsed erratically, spitting out crackling energy. The translucent 1997 figures flickered violently and dissolved. The clicking language stopped. The supervisor staggered back, clutching his device, which sparked and died. He looked directly at me, his eyes momentarily filled with pure, ancient malice, and then simply dissolved into shimmering heat haze, leaving only the faint smell of ozone and burnt sugar. The metal shutter slammed down, plunging us into the red, fume-filled emergency lighting. The menu board went dark with a final pop. The klaxons died. Silence, absolute and deafening, descended, broken only by our ragged gasps and the frantic, terrified pounding of my own heart. We were trapped inside the wrecked, suddenly still Burger King. The silence screamed louder than the klaxons had. Red emergency lights painted everything in bloody hues, casting long, distorted shadows from the overturned tables and scattered debris. The air burned with the acrid stench of bleach, ammonia, and ozone, a chemical cocktail that stung my eyes and throat. Kevin coughed violently beside me, his face pale and smeared with soot under the crimson glow. Did we kill it?" he whispered, his voice hoarse, staring at the spot where the supervisor had dissolved into heat haze. "I don't know," I breathed, scanning the wreckage. The menu board was dark, cracked, silent. The drive-through speaker was a melted ruin. Equipment was smashed. The floor slick with a hazardous mix of spilled soda, chemical cleaner, and fire extinguisher foam. "Dale?" I called out tentatively. No answer. A quick check showed the back emergency door, usually bolted from the inside during closing, was slightly ajar, a scuffed trail leading through the chemical puddles towards it. He had hit the lockdown and bailed, trapping us inside to deal with the fallout. The coward. The bastard. He locked us in. Kevin realized, rattling the main door shutters. Solid steel. The windows were likewise sealed tight. We're trapped. Panic threatened to swamp me, but the adrenaline surge from the fight hadn't faded. Okay, I said, forcing calm into my voice. Think, what did Dale say? Protocol 7. Lockdown. There has to be an override. Somewhere in the office, we navigated the debris carefully. In the small office, files were scattered, Dale's chair overturned. Evidence of his hasty departure. Taped beneath the desk, just as I'd seen it before, was the yellowed envelope. I ripped it open this time. Incident reports. Weird symbols, memos referencing temporal containment procedures. Acceptable personnel attrition rates, and anomaly class. Echo Nexus. This wasn't just known, it was managed. We were lab rats in a cage designed by corporate indifference and managed by Dale's fear. As Kevin frantically searched the office for a lockdown release switch, my foot hit something small and metallic near where the supervisor had fronted Dale. I bent down, picking it up. It was the device he'd held, or one like it. Cool gray metal, fitting oddly in my palm, humming with a faint, almost imperceptible vibration. One side was smooth, the other etched with symbols that seemed to shift and rearrange subtly as I looked at them, echoing the chaos we'd seen on the menu board and Abernathy's strange drawing. Holding it made my teeth ache, made the hairs on my arm lift with static. Anything? I asked Kevin, pocketing the strange object. Nothing. Just the usual breakers. No master override. He slumped against the wall, despair washing over his face. We're stuck here until morning shift arrives. What do we tell them? Before I could answer, a single fluorescent tube directly above us flickered erratically, buzzing loudly. The wall clock nearby, previously dark, flashed briefly. 1997. Then it went dead again. From the front of the store, muffled but clear, came a single soft click from the ruined drive-through speaker. It wasn't over. It was just resting. We were locked inside with it. Panic gave way to frantic, desperate action. We tore the office apart, searching for any hidden switch, any manual release for the lockdown shutters. Nothing. Kevin tried prying the back door with a metal shelf bracket, but it wouldn't budge. Dawn began to filter through the gaps in the main door shutters, casting weak gray stripes across the chaotic red glow of the emergency lights. Hope seemed impossibly distant. Then I remembered the supervisor's device, still humming faintly in my pocket. On impulse, driven by sheer desperation, I pulled it out. The symbols on its surface seemed clearer now, less random. One looked vaguely like a stylized unlock icon. Worth a shot. Pointing it at the main door control panel near the office, I pressed the symbol. The device hummed louder, pulsed once with warmth, and with a groan of protesting metal, the main door shutters began to slowly retract. Freedom. We didn't wait. We scrambled out into the cool, clean air of the Texas dawn, leaving the wrecked, chemical stinking tomb of the Burger King behind us. My beat-up Civic sat where I'd left it, miraculously untouched. We piled in, me fumbling with the keys, Kevin watching the BK nervously, as if expecting something to follow us out. The engine caught, sputtered, then roared to life. I slammed it into reverse, tires squealing, and peeled out of the parking lot, heading for the highway on-ramp, towards Amarillo proper, towards sanity. We drove in silence for what felt like 10 minutes, the rising sun painting the flat plains in glorious shades of orange and gold. Relief washed over me in waves, so potent it almost made me dizzy. We'd survived. We'd escaped. We need to tell someone, Kevin said finally, his voice rough. The cops? The news? Who would believe us? I countered, though the same thought hammered in my head. We'd sound insane. He was about to argue when I saw the sign. I-40 East. Amarillo city limits 5 miles. Wait, we should have reached the city already. I glanced at the dashboard clock. It read 5:45 a.m. It had read 5:45 a.m. when we left the BK parking lot. Unease prickled my skin again. I took the next exit, planning to loop back and try a different route. We drove through familiar-looking scrubland, past a derelict gas station I recognized, past the access road leading back to the Burger King. No, Kevin whispered. Seeing it too. No, that's not right. We tried again. Drove further down the highway. Took a different exit. 10 minutes later. Impossibly. We were passing the same derelict gas station. The same access road. The BK sign visible again in the distance. We tried heading west instead. Same result. Every route we took, every turn we made, eventually looped us back, depositing us spitting distance from the place we were desperately trying to flee. The sun seemed frozen just above the horizon, refusing to climb further into the morning sky. David, heart sinking with the horror, colder than any ghost. I pulled back into the Burger King parking lot. The emergency lights were off now. The normal fluorescent lights buzzed within, casting that familiar, sickly glow. The shutters were fully retracted. It looked normal. Waiting. We pushed the door open and stepped back inside. The chemical smell was fainter. The worst of the debris seemed less. Or maybe we were just numb. And sitting in his usual booth, nursing a black coffee, was Mr. Abernathy. He looked up as we entered, his expression unreadable. Rough night? He asked mildly. He gestured with his cup towards the counter. Shift change always takes a bit. You'll get used to it. I looked at Kevin. His face mirrored my own dawning, sickening realization. There was no escape. The highway didn't lead away anymore. The sun wouldn't fully rise for us. This was the job now. This was the life. We were part of the containment, part of the anomaly. Wordlessly, numbly, I walked behind the counter, found a discarded apron, and tied it around my waist. Kevin did the same. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. Outside, a truck rumbled past on the highway, heading somewhere we could no longer reach. The clock on the wall read 6:00 a.m. and stayed there. Welcome to the permanent closing time. The supervisor's gone. The portal is closed, but the register still dings at 6 a.m., and time hasn't moved since. This store isn't a restaurant anymore. It's a loop, a containment site, and we're just the combo meal. If you made it to the end, you already broke Rule 4. Don't linger past sunrise. Let us know in the comments, which rule would you break first? And don't forget to subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules, because next week's story is about a gas station off exit 12 that stopped selling fuel in 1983. But customers still show up, hungry. We'll be here when they do. Salem isn't just famous for witches. Some spirits never left. I took the night shift at the Blackwell Hotel, thinking I was just trading insomnia for a paycheck. What I got were 3 rules. Don't talk to the child. Don't answer the knocking. Don't answer the knocking. Don't enter the room with a turned-down bed. Simple enough. Until the bed made itself. Until the knocking didn't stop. Until she found me. Welcome to Night Creepypasta Rules, where every old building has secrets, and some rules keep more than just guests in line. Hit subscribe and turn off the lights. You won't need them. Not after this story. The first time I heard a child's voice in the empty hallway of the Blackwell Hotel, I convinced myself it was exhaustion playing tricks on my mind. By the third time I knew better. By then, it was already too late. I never wanted to work at the Blackwell. The imposing Victorian structure looms over Salem's historic district, like a widow in mourning. Its weathered brick facade and ornate spires casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets. Built in 1867 by shipping magnate Elias Blackwell, the hotel has survived fires, economic collapse, and the slow decay of time. What it couldn't escape was its reputation. "It's just the night manager position," Mrs. Blackwell had said during my interview, her silver hair pulled into a tight bun that seemed to stretch her skin unnaturally across her sharp cheekbones. Simple duties, really. Check in late arrivals, handle any guest needs, maintain the logbook. The graveyard shift is quiet, most of the time. The way her lips twitched at those final words should have been my first warning. But I needed this job after losing everything in Boston. My apartment, my savings, and James. I had nowhere else to go. My psychology degree wasn't opening doors, and my bank account couldn't sustain another month of unemployment. When my cousin mentioned the opening at the Blackwell, I applied immediately. "There are 3 important rules you must follow, Miss Chen," Mrs. Blackwell said, after sliding the employment contract across her mahogany desk. The office smelled of old books and something else. Something medicinal and bitter that clung to the back of my throat. "Consider them non-negotiable conditions of your employment." She leaned forward, her eyes never blinking. First, if a child asks where their mother is, don't answer. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Second, if you hear knocking from inside a vacant room, walk past. Do not investigate. And third, she paused, her bony finger tapping the contract. If the bed turns itself down in a room, do not enter, under any circumstances. I laughed nervously. Those are unusual workplace guidelines. Mrs. Blackwell didn't smile. "This is an unusual workplace, Miss Chen. Do I have your agreement?" I signed the contract. What choice did I have? The starting salary was generous, and the position included a small apartment on the top floor. After 6 months of couch surfing and shelter beds, it felt like salvation. That was 3 weeks ago. Tonight marks my first shift completely alone. Isaiah, the maintenance man who usually stays until midnight, called in sick. Vivian, the head housekeeper, left at 8 after preparing the rooms for tomorrow's arrivals. The hotel is only half occupied. 27 guests spread across 68 rooms. Most are here for the witch trial tours or the Maritime Museum. The night lobby of the Blackwell feels impossibly vast. Marble floors stretch beneath crystal chandeliers that cast weak pools of yellow light. The antique grandfather clock near the reception desk ticks with mechanical precision, each click reverberating through the silent space. The air smells faintly of furniture polish, and the lilies Mrs. Blackwell insists on keeping at the front desk. At 11:42 p.m. I'm organizing the mail slots when I hear it. The soft padding of bare feet on marble. "Excuse me." The voice is small, childlike. I turn to find a little girl, perhaps 7 or 8, standing in the center of the lobby in a white nightgown. Her dark hair hangs in damp tendrils around her pale face. "Can you tell me where my mother is?" The first rule echoes in my mind immediately. Don't answer. But she's just a child, lost and confused in a strange hotel. What kind of monster would ignore a lost child? "I'm sorry, sweetie," I say, moving around the desk. "What's your mother's name? What room are you staying in?" The girl's expression doesn't change. I want my mother. A chill races up my spine as I notice her nightgown is dripping water onto the marble floor. Not just damp, soaking wet, as if she just climbed from a bath or a swimming pool. "Let me help you find her," I say, reaching for the guest registry. "What's your name?" The girl tilts her head at an uncomfortable angle. "You weren't supposed to answer." Her voice has changed, deepening into something that sounds nothing like a child. "Now she knows you're here." The lights in the lobby flicker once, twice. The grandfather clock stops ticking. When the lights stabilize, the girl is gone. Only a small puddle of water remains where she stood. I tell myself it's stress, lack of sleep. The power fluctuations in this old building playing tricks on my mind. But deep down, I know what I saw. And I know I've just broken the first rule. The rest of the night passes in tense silence. I jump at every creak of the old building settling. every distant sound of plumbing through the walls. At 3:17 a.m., I find myself staring at the guest registry, searching for any families with young children. There are none. When dawn finally breaks, I'm still at the desk, clutching a cold cup of coffee. Vivian arrives at 6, her uniform pressed and perfect despite the early hour. "Rough night?" she asks, noticing my disheveled appearance. I hesitate. Did Mrs. Blackwell mention anything about a child staying here? Vivian's expression shifts subtly. "No children checked in this week." She busies herself with the coffee machine. "Why do you ask?" "No reason," I lie. "Just thought I heard something last night." Vivian's movements pause for just a moment. "First rule got broken, didn't it?" She doesn't look at me. "Happens to everyone eventually. You'll learn." Before I can respond, she walks away, leaving me with a growing sense of unease. What exactly have I gotten myself into? As I climb the stairs to my small apartment on the top floor, exhaustion weighing my limbs, I can't shake the image of the little girl's face as it changed, or the words she spoke. "Now she knows you're here." Sleep eludes me despite my exhaustion. My apartment, tucked under the eaves of the Blackwell's east wing, is stifling in the afternoon heat. The ancient air conditioning unit rattles ineffectively as I toss and turn on sweat-dampened sheets. When I finally drift off, I dream of water. Dark, cold water filling my lungs as small hands pull me deeper. I wake, gasping, my alarm showing 6:30 p.m., 2 hours before my shift starts. My phone shows a missed call from an unknown number. The voicemail is just static and what sounds like distant crying. The hotel's Wi-Fi is spotty, but I managed to connect long enough to search Blackwell Hotel History Salem. The results are surprisingly sparse for such an old establishment. Just the basic facts about Elias Blackwell and the hotel's construction. Nothing about hauntings or accidents. I dig deeper, searching local news archives. There's a small article from 1973 about renovations, and another from 1988 mentioning the hotel's centennial celebration. Nothing unusual until I find a brief notice from 2012. Local woman missing, last seen at historic hotel. The article is frustratingly vague. Diana Mercer, 34, last seen checking into the Blackwell Hotel. No follow-up stories appear in my search. As I'm about to close my laptop, a chat message pops up from an account I don't recognize. Room 313. Look there. I freeze, staring at the message. When I try to reply, the account no longer exists. The hotel's third floor houses our most expensive rooms, including the infamous room 313, the Elizabeth Montgomery suite, named after the bewitched actress who supposedly stayed there during the show's Salem episode. It's been under renovation since before I started. Perpetually almost ready, according to Mrs. Blackwell. I arrive early for my shift and head straight to the third floor. The hallway is eerily silent, the plush burgundy carpet absorbing my footsteps. Room 313 sits at the end of the corridor, its brass numbers gleaming in the dim light. A renovation in progress sign hangs on the door handle. I press my ear against the wood and hear nothing. The master key feels heavy in my palm as I debate whether to look inside. Before I can decide, a voice behind me makes me jump, curious about the Montgomery suite. Isaiah stands a few feet away, his maintenance uniform stained with what looks like rust. His dark eyes watch me carefully. Just checking on the renovation progress, I lie, slipping the key back into my pocket. Isaiah's weathered face remains impassive. No progress to check. That room stays closed. Why? What's wrong with it? He steps closer, and I catch the scent of copper and something else. Something chemical. Some spaces in this hotel aren't meant for guests or staff. His voice drops. You broke a rule last night. My heart pounds. How did you know? The hotel knows, and so does she. He glances at the door. Be more careful tonight, Mira. This place, it remembers things. Before I can ask what he means, the elevator at the end of the hall dings. Mrs. Blackwell steps out, her thin frame rigid with purpose. Mr. Dawson, Miss Chen, what brings you both to the third floor? Her smile doesn't reach her eyes. Isaiah mumbles something about checking air vents and disappears down the service stairs. I was just familiarizing myself with the layout, I say. Admirable dedication. Mrs. Blackwell's gaze flicks to room 313. Though this floor rarely needs night management attention, our guests here value their privacy. As she leads me back toward the elevator, she adds, I've assigned you to complete the guest satisfaction surveys tonight. Should keep you at the front desk most of your shift. It's not a suggestion. The night begins quietly. I process 2 late check-ins, a businessman from Chicago and an older couple touring New England's historic sites. At midnight, the hotel settles into silence broken only by the grandfather clock's persistent ticking. At 1:17 a.m., the front desk phone rings. Front desk. How may I help you? I answer. Silence, then a soft sound like water dripping. Hello? Is anyone there? More silence, then a whisper. I'm still looking for my mother. I slam the receiver down, my hand trembling. The call came from room 313. A room that should be empty. I checked the hotel's internal system. Room 313 is indeed listed as vacant. Under renovation? Against my better judgment, I decide to investigate. If someone has bypassed security and entered the room, it's my responsibility to check. The third floor is darker than before. Several bulbs in the hallway fixtures now burned out. The air feels heavier, humid, with that same medicinal smell I noticed in Mrs. Blackwell's office. As I approach room 313, I hear it. A rhythmic knocking from inside the room. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 knocks. Pause. The second rule echoes in my mind. If you hear knocking from inside a vacant room, walk past. I stand frozen, listening to the persistent knocking. It would be so easy to use my master key to open the door and prove to myself there's a rational explanation. The knocking stops suddenly. In the silence that follows, I hear a woman's voice from inside the room. Please, help me. She has my daughter. My hand moves toward the keycard in my pocket. Don't even think about it. I spin around to find Vivian standing behind me, her usually perfect appearance disheveled. Her white blouse is buttoned incorrectly, and her eyes are wide with fear or anger. I can't tell which. You need to leave. Now. She grabs my arm, her fingers digging painfully into my flesh. Second rule exists for a reason. Someone's in there. I protest. They might need help. No one's in there. Vivian hisses, pulling me toward the stairwell. Nothing human, anyway. As we reach the stairs, I hear the door to room 313 creak open behind us. Vivian shoves me through the stairwell door before I can look back. In the harsh fluorescent light of the stairwell, Vivian finally releases my arm. You're making too many mistakes too quickly, she says. It took me months to break the first rule. You did it your first night. What is going on in this hotel? I demand. Who was that little girl? What's in room 313? Vivian looks over my shoulder as if ensuring we're alone. This hotel was built on blood money, she whispers. Elias Blackwell didn't just ship spices and textiles. He trafficked people. And when authorities got too close, he and his associates conducted a ritual in what's now room 313. They sacrificed a woman and her daughter to something they thought would protect them. That's insane, I say, though the chill spreading through me suggests otherwise. The woman was a practitioner from Haiti. Before she died, she cursed Blackwell in this place. Her spirit, or something wearing it, has been here ever since, looking for her daughter, and taking others in revenge. Vivian's voice cracks. Including my sister, 6 years ago. Room 313 was the last place she was seen. Before I can respond, the stairwell door flies open. Mrs. Blackwell stands there, her thin frame silhouetted against the hallway light. Miss Chen, I believe your post is at the front desk. Her voice is ice. And Vivian, I don't recall scheduling you for night duty. Vivian straightens, her face instantly composed. Just checking on the third floor amenities for tomorrow's VIP arrival, ma'am. How conscientious. Mrs. Blackwell's smile is a grimace. Both of you return to your assigned areas. Now, as I descend the stairs, the sound of harsh whispering follows me. I can't make out the words, but the tone is unmistakable. Vivian is being reprimanded. Back at the front desk, I pull up the employee records on the computer system. Vivian Mercer has worked at the Blackwell for 5 years. Her emergency contact is listed as Diana Mercer, the same name as the missing woman from the news article. A notification pops up on the screen. A new reservation for room 313. Scheduled for tomorrow night. The guest name, Mira Chen. I didn't make that reservation. The grandfather clock strikes 3, the sound echoing through the empty lobby. As the final toll fades, the lights flicker, and I feel a cold draft sweep across my skin. On the security monitor, I watch as the door to room 313 swings slowly open. No one enters, no one leaves, but on the bed, the covers turn themselves down, as if inviting someone to sleep. Morning brings no relief from the night's revelations. I drag myself to the hotel's small cafe, desperate for caffeine and normalcy. The day manager, Peter, nods as I pass, his eyes lingering on the dark circles under mine. Rough night? Rough night? He asks, not unkindly. You could say that. I hesitate. Peter, how long have you worked here? Going on 15 years. He organizes checkout folios with practiced efficiency. Have you ever noticed anything strange about the hotel, especially room 313? His hands still momentarily. We don't discuss that room. His voice lowers, not if we want to keep our jobs or our sanity. Before I can press further, the front doors swing open, admitting a man in his 40s wearing a rumpled suit and carrying a worn leather briefcase. He approaches the desk with purpose. Detective Harlan Reed, Salem PD. He flashes a badge. I need to speak with your manager. Peter straightens. Mrs. Blackwell isn't in yet. Perhaps I can help. I'm investigating a missing persons case. Reed's eyes scan the lobby, taking in every detail. Young woman named Eliza Winters. Her phone's last ping was from this location 3 nights ago. My skin prickles. 3 nights ago. My first night on duty. We haven't had any reports of missing guests, Peter says smoothly. She wasn't a guest. Reed places a photo on the counter. A young woman with auburn hair and a hesitant smile. She was applying for a job. Night manager position. The position I now hold. Peter's professional demeanor doesn't waver. I'll have Mrs. Blackwell contact you when she arrives. Reed takes back the photo but leaves a card. His eyes meet mine. You look like you've seen a ghost. Just tired, I mumble. Night shift. Ah, so you're the new night manager. His interest sharpens. Mind if I ask you a few questions? Peter intervenes. Detective, our staff are not authorized to. It's fine, I interrupt. I have time before I need to sleep. We sit in the cafe corner. Reed orders black coffee and studies me over the rim of his cup. How long you worked here, Miss Chen? Mira Chen. Just 3 weeks, and before that, I shift uncomfortably. Boston. I worked at a university counseling center while finishing my psychology degree. What brought you to Salem? The question is innocent enough, but I'm reluctant to share my full history. Needed a change. My cousin mentioned the job opening. Reed nods, jotting something in a small notebook. Have you noticed anything unusual during your shifts? Any unexpected visitors? Staff behaving strangely? I think about the little girl, the knocking. Vivian's story about room 313. Something tells me to be cautious. Nothing specific, I lie. It's an old building. Makes strange noises sometimes. Reed studies me for a long moment. Miss Chen, this is the 3rd job applicant to disappear after interviewing at the Blackwell in the past decade. All women, all applying for the same position you now hold. My coffee turns bitter in my mouth. What happened to them? That's what I'm trying to determine. He leans forward. The hotel's security cameras conveniently malfunction on the nights these women vanish. No bodies, no evidence. Just women who walk into this hotel and never walk out. A cold weight settles in my stomach. Why are you telling me this? Because you might be in danger. He slides a business card across the table. If you notice anything strange, anything at all, call me. Day or night. Call me. Day or night. As he stands to leave, he adds quietly, and Miss Chen, I'd recommend finding another job. Soon, I watch him exit through the front doors, his warning hanging in the air. When I turn back, Mrs. Blackwell is standing by the cafe entrance, her eyes fixed on me with cold calculation. Making friends with the local authorities, Miss Chen. He was asking about a missing person, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. Detective Reed has an unhealthy obsession with this hotel. She sits across from me, occupying the chair Reed just vacated. His theories lack evidence and credibility. He mentioned other women who disappeared after applying for my position. Mrs. Blackwell's smile doesn't reach her eyes. People disappear all the time, Miss Chen. They run from debts, abusive relationships, failed careers. The detective assumes malice where there is merely coincidence. She reaches across the table and places her cold hand over mine. I hope you're not letting these ghost stories affect your work performance. We have high standards at the Blackwell. The threat is thinly veiled. Of course not, I assure her, though I did notice something strange in the reservation system. Someone booked room 313 in my name. Her expression doesn't change, but her fingers tighten painfully around mine. A computer glitch, nothing more. That room remains under renovation. She stands abruptly. Get some rest, Miss Chen. I expect you alert and focused tonight. As she walks away, her parting words chill me. And do remember the rules. All of them. In my apartment, I try to sleep, but can't stop thinking about Eliza Winters and the other missing women. I pull out Reed's card and consider calling him, telling him everything I've experienced. Instead, I search online for more information about the Blackwell's history. Most sources repeat the same sanitized story about Elias Blackwell's shipping fortune, but buried in a local historical society's digital archives, I find something different. A newspaper clipping from 1868, reporting the mysterious death of Marie Baptiste, a foreign woman of unusual talents found drowned in a bathtub at the newly opened hotel. Her young daughter, Celeste, was reported missing. The article mentions rumors that Baptiste was involved in unnatural practices and had been employed briefly by Blackwell himself before her death was ruled a suicide with a missing child. I search for more information on Marie Baptiste and find a scholarly article discussing the influx of Haitian immigrants to Massachusetts in the 1860s, following political unrest. Many, like Baptiste, were practitioners of voodoo who found work as spiritual advisors or domestic servants in wealthy households. The pieces start connecting. A Haitian practitioner, a ritual, a drowned woman, a missing child, and now, a little girl in a wet nightgown asking for her mother. My phone buzzes with a text from an unknown number. Check the basement archives. V. Vivian. I force myself to sleep for a few hours, then wake as sunset paints my small window orange. Tonight, I need to find the basement archives and discover what Vivian wants me to see. As I dress for my shift, I notice water seeping under my bathroom door. But when I fling it open, the room is completely dry. The night begins with unusual activity. A tour group checks in late. 20 people from a paranormal investigation society who booked the entire second floor for their Salem weekend. They're excited, equipped with EMF readers and thermal cameras, ready to hunt for the ghosts they have no idea truly exist. Their leader, a pompous man named Gordon, corners me at the desk. This hotel's not in any of the standard haunted Salem guidebooks, but my sources say it's got quite the dark history. He leans in conspiratorially. Any particular rooms we should focus on? The hotel doesn't promote ghost stories, I say diplomatically. Come on, He presses. Every old hotel has at least one good ghost. You must have heard something. I think about the little girl, about room 313, about the women who disappeared. Try the third floor, I say, finally. Room 313 has an interesting history. Gordon's eyes light up. Excellent. We'll add it to tonight's investigation route. I immediately regret my words. That room's under renovation. Off limits. Even better, he grins. Disturbed spaces often increase activity. After settling the group, I check the time. 11:30 p.m. The basement archives will have to wait until the hotel quiets down. At midnight, Isaiah appears at the desk, surprising me. Isaiah appears at the desk. He's not scheduled tonight. Heard we have ghost hunters, he says, his expression grim. Bad idea. I tried to steer them away from room 313, I admit. He shakes his head. Won't matter. They're looking for her now, which means she's looking back. He places something on the desk, a small cloth pouch that smells of herbs and spices. Keep this with you tonight. What is it? Protection. He turns to leave, then pauses. Whatever happens, stay away from the third floor tonight. And if you hear water running, run the other way. By 1 a.m., the ghost hunters have spread throughout the hotel, their excited voices occasionally echoing through the halls. I use the distraction to slip away from the desk and head for the basement. The service elevator groans as it descends below the lobby level. The basement is a maze of storage rooms, laundry facilities, and mechanical spaces. According to the hotel layout map, the archive should be in the northeast corner. The hallway grows narrower as I proceed, the ceiling lower, the air damper. Water stains mark the concrete walls, and exposed pipes hiss overhead. The single bulbs illuminating the corridor flicker erratically, casting jumping shadows. I find the archive room door, heavy oak with a brass plaque reading historical records. Authorized personnel only. It's locked, but my master key works. The room beyond is surprisingly large, lined with metal shelving units filled with boxes, ledgers, and file cabinets. The air smells of mildew and old paper. I'm not sure what I'm looking for until I spot a cardboard box labeled Room Incidents 1950-2020 on a bottom shelf. Inside are manila folders organized by room number. The folder for room 313 is thicker than the others. I open it to find incident reports dating back decades. Guest complaints about cold spots, strange noises, plumbing issues. More disturbing are the staff reports. Housekeepers refusing to clean the room alone. Maintenance workers reporting tools missing or moved. In 1973, a guest was found unconscious in the bathtub, nearly drowned though she had no memory of running the water. In 1988, a housekeeper reported seeing a child hiding under the bed, but no children were registered as guests. The most recent report is from 2017, a detailed maintenance log for renovations that were apparently never completed. The final entry simply states, "Project suspended indefinitely by order of management." Clipped to the back of the folder is a sealed envelope marked confidential. BB only. BB Barbara Blackwell, the current owner and direct descendant of Elias. I shouldn't open it, but I do. Inside is a single photograph, sepia-toned, showing room 313, as it might have looked in the 1860s. A four-poster bed dominates the space, and beside it stands a copper bathtub. Standing near the bathtub is a woman in Victorian dress, her features blurred in the old photograph, except for her eyes, which seem to stare directly at the camera with unsettling clarity. Beside her is a small girl in a white nightgown. Written on the back, in faded ink, M. Baptiste and child. Final consultation, May 17, 1868. Final consultation. 3 days before Marie Baptiste was found drowned. A noise behind me. The squeak of a door hinge makes me spin around. No one is there, but the archive room door now stands open. From somewhere in the basement, I hear the unmistakable sound of water running, and then, echoing through the concrete hallway, a child's voice calls, "I found you." The archive room door slams shut before I can reach it, the lock engaging with a definitive click. My master key no longer works. I'm trapped. The sound of running water grows louder, seemingly coming from all directions. The temperature drops rapidly. My breath forms visible clouds in the suddenly frigid air. "I found you," the child's voice repeats, closer now. "Will you help me find my mother?" Water begins seeping under the door, spreading across the concrete floor with unnatural speed. It doesn't behave like normal water. It moves with purpose, surrounding me in an expanding circle. I scramble onto a metal shelf as the water rises, inch by inch. The light bulb overhead flickers violently, then stabilizes at half its normal brightness. The water stops rising at ankle depth. But in its dark surface, I see a reflection that isn't mine. A small face with hollow eyes staring up. "You answered me," the voice says, no longer sounding childlike. "Now you must help. What do you want?" My voice shakes. "Justice." The water ripples. "She took me from my mother, the woman with the cold hands. Her family still takes, still separates, still sacrifices. Mrs. Blackwell. Her family. I don't understand," I say. Though pieces are beginning to connect. Pieces are beginning to connect. The water recedes suddenly, flowing back under the door as if pulled by an invisible force. The temperature normalizes, and the light brightens. From the other side of the door comes a new sound. A key turning in the lock. The door swings open to reveal Detective Reed. Surprise evident on his face. "Miss Chen, what are you doing down here?" Relief floods through me. "How did you find me?" Security guard mentions seeing you head downstairs. He surveys the room, noting the open files, finding anything interesting in the hotel archives at 2 a.m. I consider telling him everything. The little girl, the rules, room 313. But something in his expression makes me hesitate. He found me too easily, appeared too conveniently. "Just researching the hotel's history," I say carefully. "I got locked in accidentally." Reed's eyes narrow slightly. "Quite the dedicated employee." He gestures to the folder in my hands. "Mind if I take a look?" I close the folder protectively. "Hotel confidential records. I'd need Mrs. Blackwell's permission." A flash of irritation crosses his face. Of course, he steps aside to let me pass. "I'll walk you back upstairs." As we navigate the basement hallway, I notice Reed studying the layout, memorizing details. He's too comfortable here, too familiar with the hotel's lower levels. "What brought you back to the hotel tonight, Detective?" I ask casually, following up on the Winters case. "Thought I might catch the night staff, see if anyone remembered anything." He glances at me. "Lucky timing finding you like that." Lucky indeed. Or deliberate. When we reach the lobby, the ghost hunting group is gathered in excited clusters, comparing readings and recordings. Their leader, Gordon, rushes over when he sees me. "You'll never believe what we captured on the 3rd floor," he exclaims, thrusting a digital recorder toward me. "EVIBs, cold spots, and one of our sensitives nearly passed out outside room 313. Reed's attention sharpens. "Room 313? It's under renovation," I interject quickly. "Off limits to guests." "The door was unlocked," Gordon says. "We didn't enter. But Kelly, our medium, she said she could sense a child and a woman." Something about water and betrayal. Reed pulls out his notebook. "I'd like to hear more about this room 313. I excuse myself, claiming front desk duties. As I walk away, I hear Gordon eagerly sharing details with Reed. Details that align too closely with what I've experienced. Back at the desk, I check the time. 2:47 a.m. The hotel has fallen into an uneasy quiet. The ghost hunters have returned to their rooms and Reed has disappeared, presumably to continue his investigation elsewhere. I open the room 313 folder again, examining the photograph more carefully. Something about Marie Baptiste's blurred face bothers me. the way only her eyes are in sharp focus, as if she alone among the subjects was moving when the picture was taken. Tucked behind the photo, I find a small slip of paper I missed before. It contains a series of numbers, 729 to 416, a combination, a date. I'm puzzling over it when Isaiah appears silently beside me, making me jump. "You went to the archives," he says. "Not a question. Vivian told me to." He nods grimly. "Did you find what she wanted you to see?" "I'm not sure." I show him the numbers. Isaiah's expression darkens. "The journal combination." He glances around to ensure we're alone. Mrs. Blackwell's great-grandmother kept records of everything, including what really happened to Marie Baptiste and her daughter. "Where's this journal?" "In Mrs. Blackwell's office, locked in the wall safe behind her portrait of Elias." He hands me a key. "This opens her office, but you didn't get it from me." "Why are you helping me?" I ask. Isaiah's weathered face shows decades of burden. "I've watched too many women disappear in this hotel. My own daughter among them, 20 years ago. She was a maid here. Found drowned in the third-floor bathroom." His voice catches. "The Blackwells claimed suicide. But I know better." Isaiah continues, his voice barely above a whisper. "My daughter could swim like a fish, and she was afraid of that room 313. She always heard a little girl crying inside." The weight of his revelation hangs between us. 20 years of grief and suspicion, all focused on this hotel and the Blackwell family. "I'm sorry about your daughter," I say, inadequately. Isaiah straightens. "Don't be sorry. Be smart. And be quick." Mrs. Blackwell always returns before dawn to check the night logs. "You have less than an hour." He melts away into the shadows of the lobby, leaving me with a key and a terrible decision. Breaking into my employer's office could cost me my job. Or worse, if the Blackwells truly are behind these disappearances. But the alternative is remaining ignorant while possibly becoming the next victim. The grandfather clock strikes 3. Decision made. Mrs. Blackwell's office is located in the East Wing, away from guest areas. The hallway leading to it is lined with portraits. Generations of Blackwells, their stern faces watching my approach with painted disapproval. The office door unlocks smoothly with Isaiah's key. Inside, the space is meticulously organized. A mahogany desk, leather chairs, and walls lined with bookshelves. Behind the desk hangs an imposing portrait of Elias Blackwell, his severe expression enhanced by a waxed mustache and cold eyes that seem to follow me. I carefully lift the heavy frame, revealing a small wall safe with a combination dial. The numbers from the archive, 729-416, work perfectly. The safe door swings open. Inside lies a leather-bound journal, its cover cracked with age. Beside it sits a small wooden box and a bundle of yellow letters tied with black ribbon. I take the journal first. The pages are brittle, covered in elegant handwriting. The personal records of Eliza Blackwell, wife of Elias and the first mistress of the hotel. Most entries detail mundane matters of running a prestigious establishment, but entries from spring 1868 tell a different story. April 3, 1868. E has engaged the services of a Haitian woman said to possess remarkable spiritual gifts. He believes her rituals will ensure the success of both his shipping ventures and the hotel. I find her presence unsettling, especially the child who never speaks but watches everything with those knowing eyes. April 17, 1868. The Baptist woman has been installed in room 313. EE insists on complete privacy for their consultations. The hotel staff whisper about strange sounds, chanting in foreign tongues. I fear E has involved himself in matters beyond Christian understanding. May 15, 1868. Disaster looms. Baptiste discovered E's true business, not just shipping goods but people. She threatened exposure. E and his associates are frantic. They speak of a final ritual that will bind her power to the hotel, ensuring eternal prosperity through sacrifice. God forgive us all. May 20th, 1868. It is done. The Baptist woman resisted strongly, but in the end, water claimed her as planned. The child was necessary too. A pure vessel, they said. I watched them take her to the sub-basement chamber. Her screams will haunt me until my dying day. He says the ritual was successful. The hotel is now protected by powers that will ensure the Blackwell legacy forever. But at what cost to our souls? May 25th, 1868. The nightmares have begun. I see the Baptist woman in every mirror. Hear the child crying in empty rooms. E has established rules to manage what he calls manifestations. No one must speak to the child. No one must acknowledge the knocking. No one must enter when the bed turns itself down. He says these boundaries keep us safe from her vengeance. June 10, 1868. First disappearance today. A maid who broke the rules. Found her clothes in room 313, soaking wet. No body. He says it is the price of protection. The entities require occasional tribute. How many more will feed this unholy arrangement? My hands shake as I turn to the final pages. Written in a different hand. More modern, but with the same elegant slant. October 12, 1972. Grandmother's journal confirms what father always said. The hotel's prosperity requires maintenance of the covenant. The Baptist entities must be appeased through the rules and occasional sacrifice. As the new keeper of the Blackwell legacy, I will ensure the tradition continues. The detective investigating the latest disappearance has been dealt with. His replacement understands our arrangement with the local authorities. The final entry, dated just 5 years ago, chills me to the bone. November 3, 2018. The cycle weakens. More sacrifices are needed to maintain the barrier between our world and hers. The night manager position serves us well. Desperate women, often alone with few connections. They come willingly to the altar. Room 313. Renovations provide the perfect cover for the necessary ritual space. Detective Reed continues to be a useful asset in managing investigations and selecting appropriate candidates. Detective Reed, a useful asset. The betrayal hits me like physical pain. I trusted him, believed he was investigating the disappearances, when all along he's been helping select victims. I quickly photograph key pages with my phone, then return the journal to the safe. The wooden box calls to me, and I open it to find a collection of personal effects. A locket containing dark hair, a child's small shoe, a tarnished badge that reads Salem Police Department, 1972. Trophies from victims. The sound of a key in the office door gives me barely enough time to close the safe and replace the portrait. I dive behind a bookcase as Mrs. Blackwell enters, accompanied by Detective Reed. The ghost hunters have complicated things, Mrs. Blackwell says, irritation clear in her voice. Too much attention on room 313. I've convinced them their evidence is contaminated by the renovation equipment, Reed replies. They'll focus elsewhere tomorrow. And the new night manager? Chen, Reed sighs. Problematic. Too curious. Found her in the archives tonight. Mrs. Blackwell's laugh is cold. Perfect. Curiosity makes them predictable. Is she suitable? Isolated. Few connections. Psychology background might make the transition smoother. Reed's clinical assessment of me as a potential victim makes my skin crawl. The anniversary date is approaching. Baptist will demand her tribute. Then we proceed as planned. Mrs. Blackwell moves to her desk uncomfortably close to my hiding place. The third rule will be broken tomorrow night. Ensure Chen is alone when it happens. They continue discussing logistics. How to disable security cameras, which staff to send home early. The preparation of room 313 for what they call the transition. My mind races, planning my escape from both this office and the hotel itself. When they finally leave, I wait several agonizing minutes before slipping out. The lobby is empty when I return, the grandfather clock showing 4:17 a.m. I need to find Vivian. She's been trying to warn me, to expose the truth about her sister's disappearance. But as I reach for the house phone to call her room, the front doors open. The morning shift arrives early. Peter, the day manager, accompanied by 2 security guards I don't recognize. Mira, Peter says, his tone oddly formal. Mrs. Blackwell would like to see you before you end your shift. The security guards position themselves between me and the exit. Actually, I'm not feeling well, I say, gathering my belongings. I think I should go home and rest. Peter's smile doesn't reach his eyes. I'm afraid Mrs. Blackwell insists. She's waiting in room 313. She'd like to show you the completed renovations. Room 313. The third rule: if the bed turns itself down, do not enter. I'll go up in a few minutes, I stall. I need to complete the night log first. The logs can wait, Peter says, his friendly facade dropping completely. The security team will escort you. As the guards move toward me, the lobby lights flicker wildly. The temperature plummets so rapidly that frost forms on the marble floor. From the grand staircase comes the distinct sound of water, a torrent of it, rushing down the steps. The little girl appears at the top of the stairs, her wet nightgown dripping onto the steps. But she's not alone. Behind her stands a woman in Victorian dress, her dark eyes burning with otherworldly intensity. Marie Baptiste has joined her daughter. She comes, the child says, her voice echoing unnaturally. Mother comes for justice. The security guards freeze in terror as water cascades down the stairs, flooding the lobby floor. Peter backs away, his face pale with recognition and fear. Run, a voice whispers in my ear. Vivian suddenly beside me. The basement, the old service tunnel. Now, as chaos erupts in the lobby, alarms blaring, guests emerging from their rooms in confusion, Vivian pulls me toward the service elevator. Behind us, I hear screams as the water rises with impossible speed. They've broken their own covenant, Vivian explains as we descend. Using the hotel to sacrifice innocence was bad enough, but they've been keeping Celeste, the daughter, trapped here to control her mother's spirit. Tonight, the binding breaks. The elevator stops at the basement. Water already seeps under the doors. What about Isaiah? I ask as we splash through the darkened corridor. He's creating a diversion upstairs. He's waited 20 years for this night. Vivian leads me past the archives to a section of wall that looks solid, but swings open at her touch. This tunnel was part of the Underground Railroad before the hotel was built. It leads to the harbor. As we enter the narrow passage, the hotel's emergency generators fail, plunging us into darkness. Vivian's flashlight provides our only illumination as we navigate the damp, cramped tunnel. The Blackwells have maintained their power through sacrifice for over 150 years. Vivian explains as we hurry forward. Every decade or so, they need fresh blood to renew their covenant with whatever dark force they worship. My sister Diana was one victim, Isaiah's daughter another. And I was next, I realize. You were perfect, alone, new to town, desperate for work. Vivian's voice breaks, just like my sister. The tunnel seems endless, the air growing thicker with moisture and the distant sound of rushing water. I check my phone. No signal, and the time reads 4:33 a.m. Almost dawn, Vivian says, if we can make it out before. The tunnel shudders violently, dirt and stones raining down from the ceiling. Behind us, the sound of collapsing masonry echoes through the passage. They're destroying the evidence. Vivian gasps. The whole hotel might be coming down. We run now, stumbling through the increasingly unstable tunnel until finally, mercifully, we see a faint glow ahead. The exit. The tunnel opens into a small boathouse on the harbor's edge, long abandoned, but still standing. As we burst through the rotting door into the pre-dawn air, the ground trembles beneath our feet. From this vantage point, we can see the Blackwell Hotel silhouetted against the lightning sky, and the impossible torrent of water pouring from every window, as if the entire structure were filling from within. Marie Baptiste is reclaiming her daughter. Vivian whispers. And taking her revenge. As we watch in horrified fascination, police and fire vehicles converge on the scene, their lights flashing ineffectively against the supernatural disaster unfolding before them. My phone buzzes with an incoming call. "Detective Reed, where are you?" he demands when I answer. "The ritual must be completed. The sacrifice is not happening," I interrupt. "I know everything, Reed. About the Blackwells, about Marie Baptiste, about your role in selecting victims." His voice turns desperate. "You don't understand. If the covenant breaks, if she takes back her daughter, there's no controlling what follows. The hotel was built to contain them, to channel their power. Without the sacrifice," his words cut off abruptly. In the background, I hear screaming, then the unmistakable sound of rushing water. Reed. Despite everything, I can't help but feel horror at what might be happening to him. Only silence answers. Then a child's voice comes through the phone. Justice comes. "Mother found me. Now we find them all." The call ends. Vivian and I stand in stunned silence as emergency vehicles continue to arrive at the hotel. In the growing light, we can see guests and staff being evacuated, but not everyone will make it out. "What happens now?" I ask, my voice small against the enormity of what we're witnessing. Vivian takes my hand, her grip firm and reassuring. "We survive. We tell the truth. We make sure no one forgets what happened here." As the first rays of sunrise touch the harbor waters, the Blackwell Hotel gives one final, shuddering groan, and the entire East Wing, including room 313, collapses inward upon itself. The night manager position at the Blackwell Hotel has claimed its final victim. The collapse of the Blackwell Hotel's East Wing dominates local and national news for days. Official reports cite structural failure due to previously undetected water damage, a plausible explanation for those who don't know the truth. 17 people died that night, including Mrs. Blackwell, Detective Reed, and Peter, the day manager. The ghost hunting group, ironically, survived intact. Their second-floor rooms were evacuated before the worst of the collapse. Vivian and I are questioned extensively by authorities. We tell a version of the truth, that we discovered evidence of long-term criminal activity at the hotel and fled through an old tunnel when confronted. We mention Reed's corruption, but omit the supernatural elements of our experience. Who would believe us anyway? The investigation uncovers disturbing evidence in the hotel ruins. Beneath room 313, workers discover a hidden chamber containing human remains. Some recent, others dating back decades, possibly centuries. Among them are bone fragments from a small child, estimated to be over 150 years old. Isaiah disappeared that night. Whether he escaped or became another victim of the collapse remains unknown. I hope he found the peace he sought for 20 years. 3 days after the disaster, I returned to the harbor to view the hotel from a distance. The surviving structure stands cordoned off, a partial ruin that will likely be demolished completely. Workers in hazmat suits continue to pump water from the lower levels, an impossible amount of water, according to puzzled city engineers. As I watch from the harbor's edge, a small figure approaches along the waterfront. A girl of about 8, wearing a yellow sundress. For a moment my heart stops, fearing its Celeste Baptiste return. But this child is solid, normal, alive. A tourist with her family nearby. "Are you looking at the haunted hotel?" she asks innocently. "Yes," I answer carefully. "Did you hear it was haunted?" She nods solemnly. "My dad says a ghost lady made it fall down because bad people hurt her little girl there a long time ago." She looks up at me with clear eyes. "Is that true?" Before I can answer, a woman calls out, the girl's mother, waving from a few yards away. "That's my mom," the girl says, turning to go. Then she pauses, looking back at me with an expression suddenly too wise for her years. "The lady got her daughter back. They're together now. That's good, right?" right? She runs to her waiting mother, who embraces her warmly. I watch them walk away hand in hand, an ordinary family untouched by the horrors I've witnessed. My phone buzzes with a text from Vivian. Meeting with publisher tomorrow. They want the whole story. We've decided to document everything. The Blackwell family's dark history, Marie Baptiste's curse, the decades of disappearances. The truth deserves to be told, even if some details must be presented as speculation rather than supernatural fact. As twilight descends over Salem Harbor, I take one last look at the ruined hotel. In an upper window of the surviving West Wing, a light flickers on, then off again. 3 times. Some rules, I've learned, exist for a reason. I turn away from the water and walk toward the busy streets of modern Salem, leaving the Blackwell and its ghosts behind. But as I reach the main road, I notice something that makes me freeze. A small puddle on the otherwise dry sidewalk, a puddle shaped like a child's footprint. And somewhere in the distance I hear knocking. 3 knocks, pause. 3 knocks, pause. Some rules can never truly be broken, and some spirits never truly rest. 1 month after the Blackwell Hotel disaster, Salem has returned to its normal rhythms. Tourists still flock to witch trial sites and occult shops, largely unaware that the city's most genuinely haunted location now sits abandoned behind chain link fencing and warning signs. I've taken a small apartment near the harbor, using my savings to stay afloat while helping Vivian compile research for our book. The working title, The Blackwell Covenant, a century of disappearances. Our investigation has uncovered patterns we never imagined. The Blackwell family's influence extended beyond Salem. Similar hotels in Newport, Charleston, and New Orleans, all built in the late 1800s, all with unusually high rates of missing persons cases, all managed by Blackwell descendants or associates. Today, I'm meeting with a former hotel employee who worked at the Blackwell in the 1990s. The coffee shop is crowded with afternoon customers, providing anonymity and background noise. Margaret Winters is in her 70s now, her hand slightly trembling as she stirs her tea. Her resemblance to the photo of Eliza Winters, the missing job applicant, is unmistakable. She was my granddaughter, Margaret confirms, her voice steady despite her shaking hands. When she disappeared, the police said she probably left town voluntarily. Detective Reed told me to stop asking questions. I'm so sorry, I say, meaning it. We believe Reed was involved in what happened at the Blackwell. Margaret nods grimly. I worked there for 17 years as head of housekeeping. I knew something wasn't right about room 330. We all did, but the pay was good. And Mrs. Blackwell, the previous one, Barbara's mother, she had ways of ensuring silence. Did you ever break any of the rules? I ask. A shadow crosses Margaret's face. Once, in 1994, a child asked me where her mother was. She looked so lost, so afraid. I couldn't ignore her. She sips her tea. That night, my bathroom flooded inexplicably. I found my cat drowned in the sink, which had been bone dry when I left for work. I shudder, remembering the water seeping under my bathroom door. After that, I followed the rules, Margaret continues, but I kept records. Names, dates, patterns. She slides a thin notebook across the table. This might help with your book. The notebook contains decades of observations, staff who disappeared, guests who reported strange experiences, maintenance issues in room 313. Margaret had meticulously documented the hotel's dark patterns without understanding their full significance. There's something else you should know, Margaret says, leaning closer. The Blackwells weren't alone in this. Other families, other businesses in Salem, they benefited from the covenant too, contributed to it. What do you mean? Think about it. Salem has an unusually high rate of successful businesses for a town its size. Certain families have maintained wealth and influence for generations, despite economic downturns that should have ruined them. Her eyes hold mine. The Blackwell Covenant protected more than just the hotel. It was like a dark investment fund. Contribute to the sacrifices, share in the prosperity. The implications are staggering. If true, the Blackwell collapse might have disrupted supernatural arrangements benefiting half the town's elite. Is there proof? I ask. Look into the Salem Business Association records from the 1860s onward. The founding members all had connections to Elias Blackwell. And check property records. Certain buildings in town have unusual protection covenants written into their deeds. Language about maintaining ancestral obligations and honoring the original arrangement. As we conclude our meeting, Margaret grips my arm with surprising strength. Be careful, Miss Chen. Barbara Blackwell may be gone, but others who benefited from the covenant remain. They won't want this story told. Her warning proves prophetic. That evening, I return to my apartment to find the door slightly ajar. Nothing appears disturbed. But on my desk sits a small object that wasn't there before. A child's shoe, ancient and water-damaged. A warning, or a message. I call Vivian immediately. She arrives 30 minutes later, visibly shaken. Someone broke into my place too, she says. They left this. She shows me a photograph. A modern color print showing Vivian asleep in her bed, taken recently and without her knowledge. On the back, written in elegant script. Some rules still apply. We spend the night in a motel outside town, planning our next move. The message is clear. Someone wants us to stop investigating, to abandon our book project. Someone connected to the Blackwell Covenant, who survived the hotel's destruction. We need protection, Vivian says as dawn breaks. Not just locks and security systems. The kind of protection Marie Baptiste might have used. She makes some calls and arranges a meeting with a woman named Desiree, a practitioner of Haitian voodoo, living in Boston's Mattapan neighborhood. Desiree's small apartment is filled with plants, religious icons, and the scent of herbs. You disturbed old magic, Desiree says after hearing our story. Dangerous magic, the kind that requires blood. We didn't mean to, I say. Intention matters little to spirits. Desiree examines the child's shoe left in my apartment. This belonged to the Baptiste girl. A powerful object. Not a threat, a request for help. Help with what? Vivian asks, finishing what began at the hotel. Desiree places the shoe on a small altar. The mother found her daughter. Yes, but justice remains incomplete, while those who benefited from their suffering continue to prosper. She prepares protective charms for us. Small pouches similar to what Isaiah gave me, containing herbs, bones, and other ingredients I choose not to identify. As she works, she explains that the Baptist spirits likely see us as allies, not targets. They guided you to the truth, protected you during the collapse. Now they ask for your help exposing all who participated in the covenant. How do we do that? I ask. Complete your book. Name names. Break the silence. Desiree tees off my charm with red thread. But understand, those you expose will fight back with everything they have. Both natural and supernatural means, armed with our protective charms and renewed determination. We return to Salem to continue our investigation. The next weeks bring disturbing discoveries. 7 prominent Salem families have maintained wealth and influence since the 1860s, all with connections to Elias Blackwell's original business circle. Each family has experienced at least one drowning death under mysterious circumstances, the price of protection when covenant obligations weren't met. Property records show unusual language in the deeds of buildings owned by these families, including cryptic references to maintaining the waters and honoring the original compact. Most damning is what we find in the sealed records. of a 1972 investigation. The same year mentioned in the Blackwell Journal, a detective named James Morrison had connected several disappearances to the Blackwell Hotel and was preparing to request search warrants when he died suddenly, an apparent suicide by drowning in his bathtub. His replacement on the force? A young officer named Harlan Reed. As we compile our evidence, strange occurrences become commonplace. Faucets turn on by themselves. Puddles form in impossible places. The sound of a child's laughter echoes through empty rooms. But these manifestations no longer feel threatening. They feel like encouragement. 6 weeks into our investigation, I wake at 3:33 a.m. to find my apartment filled with the sound of running water. Though all taps are closed, all taps are closed. On my bathroom mirror, written in condensation, Mayor Sullivan knows. The current mayor of Salem, William Sullivan, comes from one of the 7 families we've identified. His great-grandfather was a founding member of the Salem Business Association, alongside Elias Blackwell. The next day, Vivian and I receive identical certified letters from a prestigious Boston law firm, threatening legal action if we proceed with publication of any material defaming the character of several named individuals, including Mayor Sullivan. They're scared, Vivian says, tossing the letter aside. We must be getting close. That night, I dream of room 313. In the dream, I stand before the door as water seeps beneath it. But unlike my previous nightmares, I'm not afraid. I open the door willingly. Inside, Marie Baptiste sits beside the copper bathtub, her daughter Celeste in her lap. They look peaceful, restored, whole. Finish it, Marie says, her voice like distant thunder. So we can rest. I wake with absolute clarity about what we must do next. The Salem Town Hall meeting room is packed beyond capacity. Local media line the walls, cameras ready. What began as a routine budget discussion has become something else entirely, thanks to the documents Vivian and I anonymously distributed to every news outlet in New England 3 days ago. Mayor Sullivan appears outwardly calm as he calls the meeting to order, though the tension in his jaw betrays his anxiety. He knows what's coming. The public comment period begins. I'm the third speaker. My name is Mira Chen. Until recently, I was the night manager at the Blackwell Hotel. A murmur runs through the crowd. The hotel collapse remains a sensitive topic. I'm here to address not just the structural failure that claimed 17 lives, but the century and a half of disappearances, deaths, and corruption that preceded it. Sullivan interrupts Miss Chen. This meeting is for discussing city business, not rehashing tabloid theories about a tragic accident. This is city business, I counter, my voice steady. When the city's leadership has benefited from a covenant built on human sacrifice, the room erupts. Sullivan pounds his gavel as reporters shout questions. I stand firm, waiting for order to be restored. In 1868, Elias Blackwell and 7 prominent Salem businessmen, including Mayor Sullivan's great-grandfather, conducted a ritual sacrifice of a woman named Marie Baptiste and her daughter Celeste. I continue when the noise subsides. This sacrifice was intended to ensure their business prosperity through supernatural means. This is absurd, Sullivan sputters. You have no evidence. We have the journal of Eliza Blackwell detailing the original ritual. Vivian interjects, rising from her seat. We have property records showing unusual covenant language. We have a pattern of disappearances spanning 150 years. And as of this morning, we have this. She signals to a colleague at the back of the room, who distributes copies of a newly discovered document. A founding agreement for the Salem Business Association dated 1869. The final clause, written in archaic legal language, commits all signatories to maintaining the spiritual compact established for mutual prosperity and providing necessary tributes as circumstances require. The tributes were people, I explained to the stunned audience. Women who disappeared. Job applicants, hotel staff, occasionally guests. I was intended to be the latest sacrifice before the hotel collapsed. Mayor Sullivan's face has gone ashen. Other town council members, representatives of the original 7 families, shift uncomfortably in their seats. The Blackwell Hotel is gone, I continue. But the families who benefited from its dark covenant remain in positions of power throughout Salem. They've known about these sacrifices. They've protected those responsible. Some have actively participated. An elderly man rises shakily from his seat. Walter Pierce, owner of Salem's largest real estate company, and descendant of another original covenant signer. Enough, he says, his voice quavering. Enough deaths, enough silence. He turns to face Sullivan. She's right, William. It's time we acknowledge what our families have done. Pierce's public admission breaks the dam. Over the next 3 hours, as the meeting devolves into an impromptu public hearing, other prominent citizens come forward with pieces of the truth, records preserved by guilty consciences, stories passed down through generations, evidence of the generations, evidence of the covenant's bloody requirements. By evening, Mayor Sullivan has resigned. 2 council members have been taken into custody for obstruction of justice related to previous disappearances, and Salem faces a reckoning with its most recent witch hunt. One conducted not against innocents, but by powerful men against vulnerable women for over a century. Outside the town hall, rain begins to fall. Gentle at first, then increasing to a downpour that washes over the cobblestone streets. Vivian and I stand under the portico, watching reporters scramble to protect their equipment. Do you think they'll rest now? Vivian asks quietly. Marie and Celeste. As if in answer, the rain briefly forms a pattern on the steps before us, the unmistakable outline of a woman holding a child's hand. Then the water flows normally again, washing away into storm drains. I think they finally found justice, I say, and each other. Our book is published 6 months later, becoming an unexpected bestseller. The complete investigation leads to the resolution of 27 cold cases of missing women, dating back to the 1950s. Earlier disappearances are acknowledged, but remain officially unsolved due to lack of evidence. The site of the Blackwell Hotel is cleared and converted into a memorial garden dedicated to the victims of the covenant. At its center stands a simple fountain featuring a mother and child, a design I suggested, though I never explained to the committee why water feels like the appropriate element for remembrance. Vivian and I maintain a careful friendship, bonded by experiences few others could understand. She continues investigating similar patterns in other historic hotels across New England. I choose a different path, returning to my psychology background to counsel survivors of trauma. I've moved from Salem to Boston, seeking distance from the memories. My new apartment is modern, with no history or character. Exactly what I wanted. No creaking floors, no mysterious sounds, no rules to follow. Yet sometimes, in the moments between waking and sleeping, I hear the faint sound of knocking. 3 knocks, pause. 3 knocks, pause. And occasionally, my bathroom faucet turns on by itself just for a moment. Not a threat, a reminder. Some spirits never truly rest, and some rules exist for a reason. But the most important rule I've learned is this: answer when the truth comes knocking, no matter how terrifying it might be. The alternative, silence, complicity, looking away, creates monsters far more dangerous than any ghost. Tonight, as I prepare for bed, I notice water pooling slightly around my bathroom drain, flowing inward, not outward, as if returning to some deeper source. I don't panic. Instead, I whisper a simple acknowledgement to the empty room. Rest well, Marie. Rest well, Celeste. Your story has been told. The water recedes. The pipes fall silent. For now, the Blackwell Hotel collapsed. But the covenant lasted centuries. They made sacrifices. We broke the silence. Marie found her daughter. But justice has a long memory. If you're still here, you heard the knocking. If you listen to the end, You broke the fourth rule. Don't learn too much. Drop a comment. Which rule would have gotten you first? And remember to subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules. See you next time, if you make it back. There are rules in this world. Rules we were never meant to break. But tonight, we will. Welcome to Night Creepypasta Rules. Before we begin, I have to warn you. This is not just another story. It's a descent into something deeper, darker, and far more real than you'd ever expect. And if you make it to the end, there's a twist waiting, one that will leave you questioning everything. So turn off the lights, put on your headphones, and whatever you do, don't skip. If something whispers to you while watching, tell us what it said in the comments, and subscribe if you're brave enough to return. The first time I recovered a body that was smiling underwater, I made the mistake of mentioning it. That's how I learned some rules exist for reasons beyond safety protocols or government regulations. The Florida Keys shimmer like emeralds scattered across azure waters, drawing tourists with promises of paradise and perfect diving conditions. What those brochures don't mention is that these same waters claim dozens of lives each year. Boating accidents, diving mishaps, and occasionally, things the official reports simply classify as unknown circumstances. That's where my team comes in. I'm Ethan Reeves, senior recovery diver with the NOAA Special Recovery Unit, based in Key West. We're the ones they call when standard search and rescue operations fail, when bodies need retrieval from difficult underwater terrain, or something unusual requires government attention beneath the waves. Most people think NOAA just tracks hurricanes and monitors fish populations. They have no idea about units like mine. Our base sits isolated at the edge of Fleming Key, a restricted area adjacent to the Naval Air Station. The compound itself is unremarkable. A cluster of weathered buildings, a small dock for our research vessels, and a high-security laboratory that most of the team isn't authorized to enter. The sign at the gate reads Marine Research Facility. Technically true, though deliberately vague. Commander Hayes recruited me 3 years ago, shortly after my medical discharge from the Navy. I spent 8 years as a combat diver, until a mission in the Persian Gulf left me with a titanium rod in my leg and nightmares that still wake me at 3 a.m. gasping for air that never seems sufficient. Your country still needs your skills, Reeves, Hayes had said, sliding a classified folder across the table during our first meeting. Just in different waters. I needed the work. More importantly, I needed purpose after the Navy. What I didn't need were the 3 rules Hayes explained during my orientation. Rules that made no sense then, and only marginally more sense now, despite everything I've witnessed. Rule 1, Hayes had said, his weathered face impassive beneath salt and pepper hair. If a victim's body is smiling, don't bring it up. Not in your report, not to the team, not to anyone. I'd laughed, thinking it was some kind of initiation joke. Hayes didn't smile back. Rule 2, if your oxygen tank drains faster than normal, surface slowly and say nothing. Do not report equipment malfunction. By then, I realized he was serious, which made the rules all the more unsettling. And Rule 3, Hayes continued, leaning forward, his voice dropping. If something follows you from below but never rises to the surface, never return to that dive site. Ever. I wanted to ask questions. Any rational person would, but something in Hayes' expression told me I wouldn't get answers. Not then. These rules keep my divers alive, Reeves. Break them at your own peril. For 3 years, I followed the rules without question. I'd seen enough strange things in the depths to develop a healthy respect for whatever system Hayes had established. Bodies in impossible locations. Wrecks that didn't match any reported incidents. Marine life behaving in ways that contradicted everything known to science. And yes, occasionally bodies with faces frozen in expressions that shouldn't be possible at terminal depth. This morning's briefing feels different. Hayes looks more haggard than usual, the lines around his eyes deeper, his normally immaculate uniform showing unusual wrinkles. The room smells of industrial cleaner and the ever-present brine that permeates everything in our facility. We have a situation, Hayes announces to our assembled team. Research vessel. Hermes went dark yesterday, approximately 20 miles southeast of Dry Tortugas. Coast Guard located the vessel drifting, crew missing. Initial sweep found no survivors. Lucia Diaz, our tech specialist, taps rapidly on her tablet. Hermes was a private research vessel contracted by Oceanic Innovations. Crew of 7, conducting deep water sampling. What were they sampling? Asks Marcus Chen, our senior recovery diver and my usual dive partner. His voice carries the slight rasp of someone who spent too many hours breathing compressed air. Hayes and Lucia exchange a glance that lasts a fraction too long. Standard marine biology collection, Hayes says finally. Nothing classified. The lie hangs in the air. We all recognize it, but no one challenges Hayes directly. That's not how our unit operates. Satellite imaging shows the vessel intact, Lucia continues, projecting images onto the wall screen. No signs of structural damage. Weather was clear. No distress signal sent. It's as if the crew simply vanished or chose to abandon ship, suggests Dr. Amelia Novak, the unit's marine biologist. Something in her tone draws my attention. Unlike the rest of us, Novak rarely participates in actual recovery operations. She analyzes what we bring back, working primarily in the restricted lab. Today, she seems unusually interested. Coast Guard found the lifeboat still secured. Hayes counters. Whatever happened, they didn't leave voluntarily. He brings up a navigation chart, marking a location that sends a chill through me. The coordinates are less than 5 miles from where we conducted a recovery operation last month. The one with the smiling victim I unwisely mentioned. Reeves Shen. You'll lead the underwater assessment. Diaz will monitor from the surface. Dr. Novak will accompany to collect any relevant samples. Novak's presence on the operation is unprecedented. My unease deepens. Departure in 30 minutes. Gear check now. As the team disperses, Hayes motions for me to stay behind. Once we're alone, his professional demeanor slips slightly. Ethan, he says, using my first name. Another rarity that sets alarm bells ringing. This operation. Be particularly mindful of the rules, sir? Hayes glances toward the door, ensuring we're truly alone. The Hermes was conducting classified research related to the Abyssal Project. The name means nothing to me, but Hayes' tone conveys its significance. What's the Abyssal Project? Something you don't have clearance to know about. Hayes roops his temples. Just, if you see anything unusual down there, anything at all, report directly to me, not to the team, not in the official log. Only to me. Sir, with respect, that contradicts standard protocol for... This isn't standard, Reeves. Hayes cuts me off. And watch Dr. Novak. Don't let her out of your sight underwater. Before I can press for more information, Hayes straightens, his commander mask firmly back in place as Marcus enters the room. Gears prepped, Ethan. We're good to go. The transition from air to water is always jarring. One moment, surrounded by sunlight and sea breeze. The next enveloped in a muffled blue world, where every movement feels deliberate, and sound travels differently. I descend steadily, equalizing pressure in my ears as the surface recedes above me. At 30 feet, I pause to ensure my equipment is functioning properly. The familiar hiss of the regulator and the stream of bubbles rising from my exhalations provide a rhythm that normally calms me. Today it feels insufficient against the growing sense of dread. Marcus and Novak hover nearby, their forms distorted by the water's refraction. Marcus signals that all is well. Novak simply points downward, eager to continue our descent. At 60 feet, the water temperature drops noticeably. The vibrant colors of the upper reef give way to more subdued hues, blues darkening to navy, yellows fading to amber. Marine life becomes sparser, though occasionally a solitary barracuda or a small school of jacks passes in the distance, their silver bodies catching what little sunlight penetrates this depth. At 90 feet, our helmet lights activate automatically. The beams cut through increasingly murky water, creating cones of visibility that seem to emphasize the darkness beyond rather than dispel it. Lucia's voice crackles through our comms. You should have visual on the Hermes soon. Sonar shows it resting on a sandy plateau at 118 feet. As if on cue, the vessel materializes from the gloom. A sleek research ship approximately 120 feet long, now resting upright on the ocean floor as if deliberately parked there. No obvious damage marks its white hull. The name Hermes remains clearly visible, though already small fish dart around the lettering, beginning the long process of claiming the vessel for the sea. Marcus signals our approach pattern. He'll take the bridge. I'll check the main deck, and Novak will examine the hull exterior. Standard procedure for initial assessment. As I swim toward the main deck, something catches my eye. A pattern in the sand surrounding the vessel. Long, sinuous grooves radiate outward from the Hermes like spokes from a wheel. They're too large and too regular to be caused by normal current patterns or marine life. It looks almost as if something massive had circled the vessel repeatedly, dragging appendages through the sand. I signal to Marcus, directing my light toward the unusual formations. He acknowledges with a hand gesture, but continues toward the bridge. Novak appears not to notice, focused intently on the hull near the propellers. The main deck access door stands partially open, unusual for a vessel in distress. Standard protocol requires securing all hatches before abandonment. I signal my intent to enter and receive an acknowledgement from Lucia monitoring above. Oxygen levels stable, she reports. Visibility approximately 20 feet. Proceed with caution. The interior of the Hermes is a study in controlled chaos. Papers float weightlessly through the corridors. A coffee mug drifts past my faceplate. Still half full, its contents forming perfect spheres in the water. Personal items. A phone, a notebook, a woman's shoe, lie scattered as if dropped mid-activity. No signs of struggle, no blood, no bodies, just emptiness, and the eerie suggestion of 7 people who simply ceased to exist mid-moment. In the main laboratory, scientific equipment remains set up, microscopes secured to counters, sample containers carefully labeled and stored. One centrifuge still hums with residual battery power, its display blinking intermittently in the darkness. A large specimen tank dominates the center of the lab. Unlike the smaller sample containers, this one appears to have been deliberately emptied, its lid removed and placed carefully aside. Whatever it contained is gone. Reeves, report. Hayes' voice cuts through the comms. Main deck and laboratory clear, I respond. No personnel located. Evidence suggests sudden abandonment, but no signs of struggle or equipment failure. One specimen container appears to have been deliberately emptied. A long pause follows. When Hayes speaks again, his voice carries an edge I've rarely heard. What kind of specimen container? Large tank, approximately 2 meters by 1 meter. Reinforced glass, heavy-duty locking mechanism. Currently open and empty. Another pause, longer this time. I hear muffled voices as if Hayes has covered his microphone to speak to someone else. Exit the vessel immediately, he finally orders. All divers return to surface. Operation aborted. The abruptness of the command startles me. Sir, we've barely begun the assessment. Standard protocol requires. This is a direct order, Reeves. Get out. Now. I move toward the exit, but something on a nearby monitor catches my attention. A video paused mid-playback. The screen shows a close-up of what appears to be coral, but unlike any formation I've seen before, it's almost geometric in its precision, with structures that resemble circuitry more than natural growth. Against direct orders, I press play. The footage shows a diver examining the unusual coral. As the camera zooms in, the coral appears to respond. Tendrils extend toward the diver's gloved hand. Where they make contact, the glove material seems to dissolve. The video cuts abruptly to a new scene. The same laboratory where I now stand. A woman in a lab coat addresses the camera. Her expression tense with excitement or fear. Perhaps both. Day 14 of Abyssal Project Integration Testing. The specimen continues to demonstrate remarkable adaptive capabilities. Cellular analysis confirms it's not actually coral, but something else. It's DNA. If you can even call it that, contains sequences we can't begin to classify. She holds up a petri dish containing a small fragment of the coral-like substance, even separated from the main mass. It maintains cohesion and purpose. Watch. She places a drop of blood beside the fragment. The coral immediately extends microscopic filaments toward the blood, absorbing it completely. As it does, the fragment pulses with bioluminescence. It doesn't just consume organic matter. The scientist continues. It learns from it, integrates information somehow. After exposure to marine mammal tissue, it develops structures reminiscent of cetacean sonar capabilities. After fish, it develops scale-like surfaces. The implications for biomimetic engineering are: a crash sounds off camera. The scientist turns, her expression shifting to alarm. It's supposed to be sedated. How? She rushes out of frame. Shouting ensues. The camera topples, now showing only ceiling. A scream cuts through the audio, followed by a wet, slithering sound. A scream cuts through the audio, followed by a wet, slithering sound. Then, silence. The video ends. My heart pounds against my ribs. I need to warn Marcus and Novak. As I turn to leave, my light catches something on the laboratory floor. A thin, iridescent trail that seems to shimmer with its own inner light. It leads from the empty specimen tank toward the vessel's lower levels. Marcus, I call through the comms. Status report. Static answers me. Novak? Lucia? Anyone copy? More static. Then Lucia's voice breaks through. Fragmented. Interference. Can't locate. Marcus's beacon. Novak moving toward stern section. The communication dissolves back into static. I'm effectively alone. A protocol dictates I should surface immediately when communications fail. Hayes' direct order reinforces this. But Marcus is still down here somewhere, possibly in trouble. I follow the shimmering trail toward the vessel's lower deck, each kick of my fins feeling heavier than the last. The water grows noticeably colder as I descend the internal stairwell, though we're no deeper than before. The trail leads to a closed door marked restricted access. The iridescent material has seeped under the door frame, continuing beyond. I try the handle. Locked. As I consider my options, a muffled sound reaches me through the water and the hull. A rhythmic tapping, like someone deliberately signaling. 3 quick taps. 3 slow taps. 3 quick taps. Someone's alive down there. I breach the locked door with my emergency tool, the metal yielding with a dull thud that reverberates through the water. The door swings open, revealing a secondary laboratory space unlike the research area above. This room contains medical equipment, examination tables, monitoring devices, and what appears to be a hyperbaric chamber. The iridescent trail leads directly to the chamber, which is sealed shut. The tapping comes from inside. Through the small viewing window, I see a face. Marcus, his eyes wide with panic. He gestures frantically for me to stay back, shaking his head violently. I move toward the chamber's control panel, intent on releasing him. As I do, my light illuminates the rest of the chamber's interior. Marcus isn't alone. Something clings to his back. Something that resembles the coral from the video but larger, more developed. Tendrils have wrapped around his torso and limbs, some disappearing beneath the torn material of his wetsuit. Where his skin is visible, it appears fused with the organism. The boundary between human and another horrifyingly blurred. Marcus slams his palm against the window again, mouthing words I can't hear through the thick glass. But I can read his lips clearly enough. Don't open it. Run! Before I can react, a voice speaks directly behind me. One. Before I can react, a voice speaks directly behind. I was wondering where it went. I spin around to find Dr. Novak standing in the doorway, her posture relaxed despite the emergency situation. She removes her mouthpiece, somehow able to speak normally underwater, which should be impossible. What happened to Marcus? I demand, my voice distorted through my regulator. We need to get him out. No, Novak says calmly. We really don't. As she steps fully into the light, I see that her wetsuit isn't a wetsuit at all. Black, coral-like material covers her body in a perfect simulacrum of neoprene, moving fluidly with her as if it's part of her skin. Simula Material has replaced her oxygen tank and regulator, forming organic structures that somehow perform the same functions. What are you? I managed to ask, backing toward the wall. Evolving Novak, or whatever wears her form, replies, thanks to the Abyssal Project. Did you know your government found something in the Marianas Trench 5 years ago? Something that had been dormant for millennia until human exploration disturbed it? She gestures toward Marcus in the chamber. It seeks to understand through integration, a perfect symbiosis, though the first stages can be uncomfortable for the host. In the chamber, Marcus convulses, his body arching unnaturally. The coral-like substance spreads visibly across his face now, tendrils reaching toward his eyes. You're next, Ethan, Novak says, moving toward me with unnatural speed. The collective wants to understand what makes you different, why you can sense things others can't, why you noticed the smiling bodies when others didn't. My oxygen alarm suddenly blares, tank pressure dropping rapidly despite no equipment damage. Rule 2 echoes in my mind. If your oxygen tank drains faster than normal, surface slowly and say nothing. Too late for that now. I lunge for the door, but Novak is faster, blocking my exit. From her fingertips, the same iridescent material begins to extend toward me in searching tendrils. Don't fight it, she says soothingly. The integration is so much easier when you accept it. Ask your brother. The mention of my brother, dead for 7 years in a classified diving accident, shocks me into action. I grab a metal canister from a nearby shelf and swing it hard against Novak's head. The impact produces a sound like breaking glass. Novak staggers back, her face momentarily losing cohesion, the features sliding grotesquely before reforming. The breach in her composure gives me the opening I need. I bolt past her, out the door and up the stairwell. My oxygen alarm continues to wail as pressure plummets toward critical levels. The edges of my vision darken, early signs of hypoxia. Behind me, I hear a sound no human throat could produce. A high, keening wail that penetrates the water and vibrates through my very bones. I reach the main deck and propel myself toward the exit, each kick weaker than the last as oxygen deprivation takes its toll. Through the open doorway, I see the blue expanse of open water, freedom just meters away. Something wraps around my ankle, a tendril of the same iridescent material, stronger than it looks. I kick frantically, but it holds fast, beginning to pull me backward into the vessel's dark interior. With my free leg, I kick at the door frame, leveraging my body against the pull. The tendril stretches but doesn't break. My vision narrows further, darkness encroaching from all sides. In desperation, I reach for my dive knife and slash at the tendril. It severs with surprising ease, releasing a cloud of luminescent particles into the water. The severed end writhes like a wounded snake before retreating into the darkness. Free, but rapidly losing consciousness, I push through the doorway and kick toward the surface, remembering at the last moment. Surface slowly. Even in my oxygen-deprived state, the training holds. As I begin my controlled ascent, I look back toward the Hermes one final time. Novak stands in the doorway, her form now barely humanoid, a shifting mass of coral-like structures approximating a woman's shape. Beside her, another figure emerges from the vessel's interior. A figure wearing Marcus's dive gear, but moving with the same unnatural fluidity as Novak. And on its face, what remains of Marcus's face, is a wide, fixed smile. The last thing I see before breaking the surface is both figures pointing upward, watching my escape with expressions of patient certainty. As if they know something I don't. As if they're simply waiting. The debriefing lasts 5 hours. 5 hours of repeating the same details, answering the same questions, submitting to medical tests and psychological evaluations. Through it all, Hayes watches me with an expression I can't quite read. Concern mixed with something darker, more calculating. And you're certain Dr. Novak referred to the Abyssal Project. He asks for the third time, his pen hovering over a classified form. Yes, sir. She said the government found something in the Marianas Trench 5 years ago. Something dormant that was disturbed. Hayes exchanges glances with the two men in suits, who haven't introduced themselves, but have been present throughout the debriefing. One nods almost imperceptibly. And Marcus Chen, you're certain he was compromised? The image of Marcus in the hyperbaric chamber flashes through my mind. The coral-like substance fused to his skin, the panic in his eyes before they were covered by spreading tendrils. He's gone, sir. Whatever came back in his body isn't Marcus anymore. Hayes sighs heavily. We're classifying this incident as an equipment malfunction resulting in the loss of 2 personnel. Oxygen toxicity led to hallucinations during your dive. Oxygen toxicity led to hallucinations during your dive. That's the official record. But sir, that's not. That's the official record, Reeves. Hayes' tone leaves no room for argument. You'll be placed on medical leave for 2 weeks. Mandatory psychiatric evaluation before returning to duty. Mandatory psychiatric evaluation before returning to duty. The dismissal is clear. As I stand to leave, Hayes adds, the rules exist for a reason, Ethan. Remember that during your leave, outside the debriefing room, the facility buzzes with unusual activity. Personnel I've never seen before move equipment into the restricted laboratory. Armed guards stand at checkpoints that weren't there this morning. Lucia intercepts me in the hallway, pulling me into an empty storage room. Her usually composed demeanor has fractured. Eyes wide, hands trembling slightly. They're lying to you, she whispers, glancing nervously at the door. I monitored everything through your helmet cam until the signal cut out. I saw what happened to Marcus. I heard what Novak said. Hayes is burying it, I confirm. Oxygen toxicity cover story. Lucia shakes her head. It's bigger than Hayes. After you surfaced, I received orders to delete all dive recordings. When I hesitated, 2 NSA agents appeared at my station. She pulls a small drive from her pocket. I made a copy first. Everything your camera captured, plus sonar readings that don't make any sense. Don't make sense how? The seafloor around the Hermes. It's changing, spreading outward in patterns identical to what you reported seeing. And it's happening fast. She presses the drive into my palm. I'm being transferred tomorrow. Reassigned to a NOAA weather station in Alaska. Very suddenly, very conveniently, the implications settle heavily. They're containing everyone connected to the incident. Everyone except you. Lucia's expression turns puzzled. For some reason, they want you to stay involved. Hayes fought to keep you on the team. Before I can respond, her tablet chimes. She checks it, her face paling. They've noticed I'm not at my station. I have to go. She squeezes my arm. Be careful, Ethan. And don't trust Hayes. After Lucia leaves, I wait several minutes before exiting the storage room, the drive burning like a brand in my pocket. The facility feels different now. Not the familiar workplace I've known for 3 years, but something hostile, filled with secrets and dangers. I'm only beginning to understand. In my small on-base apartment, I secure the door and check for surveillance devices. A paranoid habit from my Navy days that suddenly seems justified. The place is clean, or at least appears to be. I connect Lucia's drive to my personal laptop, using a secure VPN connection to mask my activities. The footage from my helmet camera plays out exactly as I remember. The descent, the Hermes, the empty laboratory, the video of the coral-like organism, Novak's transformation. But there's more. Zona data shows anomalous readings beginning 3 months ago, centered on the area where we found the smiling body I'd mentioned against the rules. The anomaly spread outward like a slowly growing web, connecting various points throughout the Florida Keys. Points that correspond perfectly with locations of mysterious drownings and disappearances over the past year. Most disturbing is a classified memo, accidentally included in Lucia's data dump. A brief communication between Hayes and someone identified only as project director. Subject continues to show heightened sensitivity to abyssal presence, genetic markers consistent with previous compatible candidates. Recommend accelerated integration timeline, given recent containment failures. Brother's partial resistance during 2016. Procedure suggests potential for controlled symbiosis, if properly managed. My brother. The memo is talking about my brother David, who supposedly died in a training accident in 2016. Except according to this, he didn't die. He was subjected to some kind of procedure involving what they're calling the abyssal presence. The same thing that took Marcus. The same thing wearing Novak's skin. Sleep eludes me that night. I lie awake, connecting fragments of memory that suddenly make terrible sense. Hayes recruiting me specifically despite my medical discharge. The rules that no one explained. The classified dives to collect specimens that we were never allowed to. By morning, I've made my decision. Medical leave provides the perfect cover for my own investigation. The drive to Miami takes 3 hours, giving me too much time to question my own sanity. Am I truly investigating a government conspiracy involving some unknown deep-sea organism? Or am I experiencing the paranoid delusions of oxygen toxicity that Hayes suggested? The memory of Novak's face shifting, reforming like liquid glass, answers that question. Dr. Thomas Hargrove's university office is cluttered with the accumulated artifacts of a scientific career. Coral specimens, taxonomic charts, and shelves overflowing with technical journals. The man himself appears older than his 60 years, his thin frame bent slightly, as if carrying an invisible weight. I wondered when one of you would find me, he says after I introduce myself. Which rule did you break? The question confirms I'm on the right track. All 3, technically. But mentioning the smile was the first. Hargrove nods grimly. It always starts with the smile. That's how it marks them. The ones it's processed. What is it, exactly? He gestures for me to sit, then checks that his office door is securely locked. We never agreed on a proper taxonomic classification. Some called it a colonial organism, like coral but with a centralized intelligence. Others thought it was more like a fungal network with distributed consciousness. I came to believe it's neither, and both. The Abyssal Project, I prompt. Hargrove's eyes widen slightly. You know the name. That's further than most get. He moves to a filing cabinet, unlocking the bottom drawer with a key kept around his neck. The project began after a deep-sea mining operation encountered something unusual at the bottom of the Marianas Trench. A formation initially mistaken for a unique coral reef. He extracts a folder containing photographs similar to those I saw in the video aboard the Hermes. Geometric coral-like structures with an unnatural precision to their patterns. Samples were collected for research. Standard procedure. Hargrove's voice takes on a distant quality. The first researchers noted unusual properties. Rapid growth, bioluminescence that followed no known pattern. An ability to survive in any water condition. Fascinating from a scientific perspective. When did they realize it was dangerous? When the first researcher was found smiling in his sealed laboratory, despite having drowned in air. Hargrove shudders at the memory. The organism doesn't just grow. It learns, adapts, integrates. It can absorb organic matter and repurpose it, including human tissue. Like what happened to Marcus, I'd murmur. And Novak. Hargrove looks genuinely surprised. Amelia Novak? She was one of the original researchers, brilliant mind, completely dedicated to understanding the organism. His expression darkens. Perhaps too dedicated. She began to advocate for what she called controlled integration experiments. Human testing, I translate. She believed the organism could enhance human capabilities. Underwater breathing, pressure resistance, accelerated healing. The military implications were obvious. Hargrove removes his glasses, rubbing the bridge of his nose wearily. I opposed her research and was promptly reassigned. That was 4 years ago. I hesitate before asking my next question, dreading the answer. What do you know about compatibility testing? Genetic markers that make certain people more suitable for integration. Hargrove's expression shifts to alarm. Where did you hear about that? I explain about the memo mentioning my brother. Watching Hargrove's face grow increasingly troubled, the organism doesn't successfully integrate with just anyone, he explains. Most subjects reject the process violently, but certain genetic profiles show higher compatibility. Specific neurological patterns, immune system characteristics, even blood types. He studies me intently. If your brother was compatible, chances are high you would be too. Is my brother still alive? Hargrove's silence answers before his words do. Not in any way you'd recognize, I'm afraid. The revelation hits me like a physical blow. All these years believing Dai had died a hero's death, when in reality he'd been turned into... what? A test subject? A hybrid creature like what Novak had become? Oh, there's something else you should know, Hargrove says, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. The organism isn't just growing. It's communicating, building a network. Every person it integrates becomes part of that network. Every person it. And Hayes is at the center of it all. Hayes. But he's the one who created the rules to protect us. Rules to protect the organism, not you. Hargrove's eyes hold mine. The rules ensure the organism's activities remain undetected, unexplained. Hayes was the first successful integration. The prototype. 5 years ago, during the initial Moriana's expedition, my world tilted sideways. Hayes, the man I've trusted, followed, respected for 3 years, is one of them. Has been all along. Why tell me this? I ask, struggling to process the implications. Why risk your safety? Because the organism is spreading faster than anyone anticipated. What started as a controlled research project has become something else entirely. Hargrove hands me a small device that resembles a handheld sonar. This is calibrated to detect the unique energy signature the organism emits. If you're going back, you'll need it. Who said I'm going back? Hargrove's smile is sad. Because they have your brother, and because you've already been exposed. The organism releases microscopic spores when disturbed. You breathe them in during your encounter. You're already changing, just more slowly than the direct integrations. I think about the persistent headaches I've had since returning from the Hermes. The strange dreams of deep water and voices calling from below. The way colors sometimes shift in my peripheral vision. How long do I have without direct contact? Weeks, maybe months. But you'll start noticing changes sooner. Enhanced underwater vision, decreased need for oxygen, unusual awareness of pressure changes. Hargrove places a small pill bottle on the desk. This will slow the process. An enzyme inhibitor I developed before they shut down my research. As I pocket the medication, Hargrove adds, there's one more thing you should know. The organism isn't just mimicking human intelligence, it's exceeding it, creating something new. The smiles. They're not just a side effect of the physical transformation. They're expressions of what the integrated subjects experience. Which is what? Ecstasy. Hargrove's voice breaks slightly. Those who fully integrate report an experience of transcendence. Unity with something vast and ancient. Many go willingly, once they understand what's being offered. and those who don't go willingly. His eyes meet mine. I'm made to smile. Anyway. The Florida Keys at sunset paint the world in shades of orange and gold. The beauty a stark contrast to the darkness I now know lurks beneath the surface. I park at a public beach access point, several miles from the NOAA facility. My rental car anonymous among the tourist vehicles. Hargrove's device sits on the passenger seat, its small screen displaying a map of the surrounding waters with several pulsing red dots, concentrations of the organism's energy signature. The largest cluster centers on our facility, as expected, but smaller dots appear throughout the Keys, some in areas frequented by tourists and divers. It's spreading, just as Hargrove warned. My phone buzzes with a text from an unknown number. Medical leave ends tomorrow. Mandatory return to base. Hayes, I've been gone exactly 1 week. Half the assigned leave period. Hayes wants me back early. Now I understand why. Another text follows immediately. We found something of your brother's. Thought you might want it. The bait is obvious but effective. If there's any chance David is still somehow alive, still somehow himself beneath whatever the organism has done to him, I have to try to reach him. But I won't be going in blind. I've spent the week gathering equipment and information. Hargrove's enzyme inhibitors keep the headaches at bay, though the dreams have intensified. Visions of vast underwater structures, geometric patterns that seem to hold meaning just beyond my comprehension, and always voices calling from the deep. The organism's spores are working through my system, changing me cell by cell. I can feel it most strongly in water. Enhanced vision, increased lung capacity, a strange resonance with pressure changes that lets me sense depth with unnatural precision. I'm becoming something other than fully human, but I'm still me enough to fight back. Night falls as I prepare my gear on the deserted beach. Standard dive equipment with a few modifications. A specialized rebreather that leaves no bubble trail. A wetsuit lined with a polymer Hargrove developed that temporarily resists the organism's attempts to bond with human tissue. And most importantly, a waterproof case containing a compound that might be our only weapon against the spreading infection. Hargrove called it a biological disruptor. A synthetic enzyme that breaks down the unique molecular structures that allow the organism to maintain cohesion. Not poison exactly, but something that might force it to release its human hosts. Theoretical, untested, but the only hope I have. I enter the water at midnight, when the beach is empty and the facility's security will be at minimum staffing. The quarter moon provides just enough light to navigate the shoreline without artificial illumination. The water feels different against my skin. Not just temperature and pressure, but something else. A subtle vibration that seems to resonate with something inside me. The swim to the facility would normally take over an hour. Tonight, I cover the distance in 30 minutes, my body moving through the water with unnatural efficiency. Another sign of the changes taking place within me. The NOAA compound appears deserted from the water, but Hargrove's detector shows intense activity, the entire structure pulsing red on the small screen. As I approach the restricted dock area, I kill my forward momentum and float silently, evaluating entry points. Movement catches my eye. A figure on the dock, silhouetted against the facility's security lights. Even at this distance, I recognize Hayes' distinctive profile. He stands motionless, facing the water, facing my direction, though I'm certain I'm invisible in the darkness. Then he raises his arm in a clear beckoning gesture. He knows I'm here. Somehow, he knows. For a moment, I consider retreat. But the thought of David, whatever remains of my brother, keeps me moving forward. I surface silently at the dock's edge, removing my mouthpiece. "I've been expecting you," Hayes says without turning. "The collective sensed your approach miles ago." The collective? Now he turns, and in the harsh security lighting, I see his face clearly for the first time since my return. He looks the same, yet subtly different. His skin too smooth, his movements too fluid. A poor term for something beyond human comprehension. But language has its limitations. Hayes smiles, and there's genuine warmth in it. We've been waiting for you, Ethan. Your brother, especially. Where is he? Below, where we all truly live now. Hayes extends his hand. He wants to see you. I ignore the offered hand, pulling myself onto the dock while maintaining distance. What happened to him? To all of you. Evolution. Transcendence. Choose your term. Hayes seems unconcerned by my wariness. What you saw with Novak and Marcus was just the beginning stage. Crude, unfinished. The full integration is beautiful. You're not human anymore. We're more than human. Hayes walks toward the main facility, gesturing for me to follow. Come, I'll show you. Against every instinct, I follow him into the building. The familiar corridors feel alien now, the lighting dimmer, the air heavy with moisture. The walls themselves seeming to pulse slightly, if viewed from my peripheral vision. Hayes leads me to the restricted laboratory, a space I've never been authorized to enter before. He places his palm on the security scanner, and the massive door slides open silently. Welcome to the heart of the Abyssal Project, he says, ushering me inside. The lab is vast, far larger than the building's exterior would suggest. The center is dominated by an enormous tank, not filled with water, but with a translucent, gel-like substance that shifts and moves with apparent purpose. Within this medium, float what at first appear to be human figures, dozens of them, suspended in various states of transformation. Some remain mostly human in appearance, others have progressed further, limbs elongated, skin textured like the coral-like growth, features fluid and mutable. All have their eyes open, all are smiling. My God, I whisper, unable to process the horror before me. God has nothing to do with this, Hayes says quietly. This is something much older than human religion. Something that was here before us, waiting in the deepest parts of the ocean until we were ready to join with it. You're keeping them prisoner. No, Ethan. They're not prisoners. They're pioneers. Hayes approaches the tank, placing his palm against the glass. The substance inside responds, flowing toward his touch. The tank is just a transitional space, a halfway point between their old existence and their new one. Where's David? Hayes points to a figure near the center of the tank, a man who still looks mostly human except for the iridescent patterns flowing beneath his skin. Despite the changes, I recognize my brother's face instantly. David! I press against the glass, searching for any sign of recognition in his eyes. Slowly, David turns his head toward me. His eyes focus, widen slightly. His mouth moves, forming words I can't hear through the tank medium. He recognizes you, Hayes says, sounding pleased. That's rare in this stage. It speaks to the strength of your connection and your compatibility. Let him out. I can do better than that. Hayes moves to a control panel. I can let you in. A section of the tank wall begins to retract. The gel-like substance bulges outward but doesn't spill, defying normal fluid dynamics. It maintains its boundary as if held by an invisible membrane. Join him, Ethan. Join all of us. Hayes' voice takes on a hypnotic quality. You're already changing. You felt it. The water speaks to you now, doesn't it? The pressure sings. The depths call. He's right. Even standing here, I feel a pull toward the tank, toward the figure suspended within. A promise of understanding, of connection, of belonging that I haven't felt since before David's supposed death. I take a step forward, then another. David's eyes track my movement. His expression shifts from the fixed smile to something more complex, a mixture of longing and what looks disturbingly like warning. My hand drifts to the pocket containing Hargrove's disruptor compound. The small injector feels insignificant against the scale of what I'm witnessing. What happens if I say no? I ask, still moving slowly toward the tank. Hayes sighs. No one says no once they truly understand what's being offered. But those who resist join anyway. The process is just less pleasant. Like Marcus, Marcus fought unnecessarily. His integration could have been beautiful. Hayes watches me carefully. Yours can be. You're already more receptive than most. The changes have progressed remarkably fast for indirect exposure. I'm at the tank's edge now. The gel-like substance pulses gently, invitingly. David has moved closer to the opening, his hand extended toward me, mirroring my own outstretched fingers. Our hands are inches apart when I notice something. A pattern of scars on David's wrist, spelling out words that become visible as the iridescent flow beneath his skin momentarily ebbs. Still me. Destroy it. In that moment, I understand. Whatever this organism is, whatever it offers, some part of David remains. Trapped, fighting, desperate to communicate a warning. I lock eyes with my brother one last time, hoping he can see my apology, my determination, my love. Then I plunge my hand into my pocket, grip the injector, and drive it deep into the tank's center mass. The reaction is immediate and catastrophic. The gel-like substance convulses, its luminescence flaring blindingly bright, before darkening to a sickly gray. A high-pitched keening fills the air. Not sound exactly, but something that vibrates through bone and tissue, bypassing the ears entirely. Ace screams, his body contorting as the same gray discoloration spreads across his skin. Throughout the tank, the suspended figures thrash in synchronized agony. The tank's substance begins to dissolve, losing cohesion, releasing its human occupants who collapse to the laboratory floor. Some gasp for air, others lie motionless. David falls forward, and I catch him before he hits the ground. "Ethan," he whispers, his voice raspy from disuse. "You came. I'm getting you out of here, I promise." Supporting his weight as the facility's alarm systems activate, bathing everything in pulsing red light. Hayes has collapsed against a console, his skin now mottled with patches of gray, dead coral. "What have you done?" he gasps, his voice distorting between human speech and something else. A wet, clicking sound. "You've killed us all." I freed them, I counter, helping David toward the exit. Hayes laughs, the sound bubbling through fluid-filled lungs. "You think this is over?" The organism isn't just here. It's everywhere now. Growing, spreading, waiting. His body convulses again more violently. "And you're already part of it. You'll always be part of it." The facility shudders around us, pipes bursting, equipment shorting out. Whatever symbiotic relationship the organism had with the building systems is breaking down catastrophically. I have carried David through corridors rapidly flooding with both water and the gray, dissolving remains of the organism. Other figures stumble alongside us. Former researchers, divers, and staff I recognize, all in various states of transformation, all now freed from the collective control but suffering the consequences of partial integration. We reach the dock as the first explosion rocks the main laboratory. The night sky illuminates with orange flame as secondary detonations follow. Whatever Hargrove's compound did to the organism, it's created a chain reaction throughout the facility. I helped David, and as many others as possible, onto an emergency response boat. Some are too far gone. Their bodies too dependent on the organism to survive its dissolution. They collapse on the dock, their forms reverting to entirely human as they die, the smiles finally fading from their faces. As we pull away from the disintegrating facility, David grips my arm with surprising strength. "It's not dead," he whispers urgently. "Just wounded, retreating. It's been here before, gone dormant before, for centuries. We'll find it, finish it." David shakes his head weakly. "Not possible. Too vast now." His eyes still faintly luminescent. "Meet mine. The rules, Ethan. The rules were the only thing keeping it contained. Now there's nothing holding it back." The implications sink in as we speed away from the burning facility. The rules weren't just for our protection. They were a fragile system of containment, a way to manage an infection already too widespread to cure. And I've just shattered that system entirely. 3 months later, I stand on the bow of a small research vessel, watching the sonar screen as we drift above the coordinates where the Hermes still rests on the ocean floor. The screen shows nothing unusual, just the vessel's outline against the sandy bottom. No anomalous readings, no strange energy signatures. But I know better. David recovered physically, though he'll never be entirely human again. None of the survivors will. The organism changed them at a cellular level, and while Hargrove's compound disrupted its collective consciousness, fragments remain within each host, dormant for now, but present, including within me. The government containment operation was swift and comprehensive. The NOAA facility's destruction was attributed to a gas line explosion. The survivors were quarantined, studied, and eventually released under strict monitoring protocols. Most were relocated to isolated locations, a precaution against whatever remains of the organism attempting to reestablish its network. I was the exception. They needed someone who understood both the organism and the waters where it had spread, someone to monitor, to watch, to warn if signs of resurgence appeared, someone who could follow the new rules. Yes, there are new rules now, rules that I enforce as head of the newly formed Abyssal Containment Division, operating under deep cover within NOAA's structure. If a body is found smiling, contain it immediately in specialized polymer casings and transport to secure facilities for incineration. If your oxygen consumption changes underwater, surface immediately and submit to full biometric scanning for early signs of integration. If something follows from the deep, document its location, establish a quarantine zone, and notify command through secure channels only. Simple rules, containment rules, rules that won't stop what's coming, but might slow it down. Because David was right. The organism isn't gone. It's retreated, regrouping in the deepest parts of the ocean, adapting to our defenses just as it adapts to everything. Occasionally, we detect flares of activity, a cluster of missing divers near a reef system, unusual coral formations appearing overnight, dead marine life washing ashore with inexplicable smiles frozen on their faces. Each time we respond. Each time, we're a little too late. I check my watch. Time for the daily dose of Hargrove's improved inhibitor compound. The medication keeps the organism's spores dormant in my system, preventing the changes from progressing further. Most days it works. Some nights, though, the dreams return. Visions of vast underwater cities, of human forms moving through lightless depths without equipment, of a collective consciousness expanding across ocean floors worldwide. Those mornings, I wake up smiling, ready to dive. My new partner, Rodriguez, emerges from the cabin, already suited up. He's young, inexperienced, unaware of what really happened 3 months ago. All he knows are the rules. Almost. I finish preparing my equipment, including the specialized sensors that can detect trace amounts of the organism's unique biological signature. Remember, I know. Rodriguez interrupts with the confidence of youth. If a victim's body is smiling, don't bring it up. If my oxygen drains faster than normal, surface slowly and say nothing. If something follows from below but never rises, never return to that site. He grins. Basic training, man. I've got it. I don't return his smile. He doesn't understand, can't understand, that these aren't just protocols. They're the thin line between humanity's continued existence and something else entirely. We descend to the Hermes, the water clear and calm today. We descend to the Hermes, the water clear and calm today. No unusual patterns in the sand. No iridescent trails. No signs of the horror that unfolded here. Just a sunken vessel slowly being reclaimed by conventional marine life. Rodriguez signals that all appears normal, his movements relaxed and confident. Too confident. As we complete our survey and prepare to ascend, I notice something. A slight distortion in the water column above us, barely perceptible even with my enhanced vision, like heat waves rising from hot asphalt. but underwater. Impossible. Yet there. Rodriguez hasn't noticed. He begins his ascent, unaware of what waits above. I grab his ankle, pulling him back down. When he turns to me in confusion, I point upward, then make our emergency signal for contamination. His eyes widen behind his mask. He's finally taking this seriously. We alter our ascent path, surfacing 100 yards from where we planned. As we break the water surface, I scan the area where the distortion appeared. The ocean looks normal there. Blue, serene, empty. But for just a moment, just at the corner of my vision, I see it. A patch of water that doesn't move quite right. A section of waves that follow a different rhythm than those around them. A perfect circle of unusual stillness, as if something massive lurks just beneath the surface, watching, waiting. Then it's gone. The water returning to uniform patterns, leaving me questioning whether I saw anything at all. What was it? Rodriguez asks, as we climb aboard our vessel. I didn't see anything on the sensors. I consider telling him the truth, that the organism is evolving beyond our ability to detect it, that it's learning to mask its presence, that the rules we follow are becoming increasingly inadequate against an intelligence that adapts to every defense. Instead, I say, just following protocol. Better safe than sorry. That night, alone in my quarters, I review the footage from our dive cameras. There's nothing unusual visible on Rodriguez's recording. On mine, the distortion appears clearly. A column of altered water extending from the ocean floor to the surface, directly above the Hermes. I encrypt the file and send it to the secure server only 5 people in the world have access to, along with my report and recommendation. Expand the quarantine zone around the site by another 5 miles. As I prepare for bed, my phone chimes with an incoming text from an unknown number. The rules won't save you, but they might buy you time. We're waiting for you below. All of us, including your brother. I delete the message, take a double dose of Hargrove's compound, and try to sleep. In my dreams, I'm swimming through midnight waters. No equipment needed. My body perfectly adapted to the crushing depth. Around me, thousands of others move in perfect synchronization. A school of human-shaped beings flowing through the abyss. Far below, something vast stirs. Something ancient and patient that has watched humanity evolve from simple organisms. Something that has waited millions of years for us to reach a stage where true symbiosis becomes possible. It has no name in any human language. It has no concept of good or evil as we understand them. It simply is a collective intelligence that spans oceans, that learns, adapts, and ultimately absorbs. And it's smiling. No even. I wake at 3:33 a.m., gasping for air, my sheets soaked with sweat. For a moment, I'm disoriented, uncertain whether I'm in my bed or still deep underwater. The line between dream and reality has grown dangerously thin. I stumble to the bathroom, splash cold water on my face, and look in the mirror. My reflection stares back, familiar yet increasingly foreign. In the dim light, I can almost see it, a faint iridescence beneath my skin, flowing like currents in a hidden sea. The changes are progressing despite the inhibitors. I lean closer to the mirror, examining my eyes, my skin, searching for signs of the inevitable transformation. And despite everything, despite the horror I've witnessed, despite the knowledge of what awaits humanity if the organism continues to spread, I find myself smiling. You stayed until the end. That means you heard it too, didn't you? Not all rules are made to protect us. Some were written to lure us in. If your heart's still beating, leave a comment. What would you have done? We read them all. And don't forget to subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules. More rules are coming, and once you hear them, you'll never sleep the same again.